short announcement. We will soon begin the public presentation for the International Design Competition for Daejeon Arts Park. Kindly ask everyone to please come in and take your seats. And also, out of a courtesy to the other participants, please switch your mobile phones to silent mode or turn them off. And when you are joining us, please check the interpretation receivers that you got from our staff. We will have not only Korean language presentations, but also English language presentations. Please check your receivers to see if they work. On channel 1 of the receiver, you will get Korean interpretation, and on channel 2, English. Please refer to the channels for the presentations. I would like to repeat my announcement. We will soon begin the public presentation for International Design Competition for Daejeon Art Park. We are handing out interpretation receivers. On channel 1, you get Korean. On channel 2, English. Please adjust the dial and listen to the presentation in the language that you need. Thank you. Announcement for participants. The public presentations for International Design Competition for Daejeon Art Park will begin shortly. The participants and distinguished guests, please take your seats. And because this is going to be a presentation, I hope that you will switch your mobile phones to silent mode or turn them off altogether. We have Korean presentations and English presentations today as well, so please check the interpretation receivers to see if they are working. On channel 1, you will get Korean. On channel 2, you will get English. As soon as our distinguished guests and VIP participants join us, we'll be beginning the public presentation session.
다시 한 번 더 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
I would like to repeat my announcement. We will be beginning the public presentations for International Design Competition for Daejeon Art Park. I kindly ask the participants who are still out in the lobby to come in and take their seats.
아울러 여러분께서 소지하고 계신 휴대폰이
I also kindly ask everyone to check if your mobile phones are switched to silent mode. We have English presentations today as well, so please check if your interpretation receivers are working properly. On channel 1, you will get Korean, and on channel 2, English. Please be advised.
잠시 후 주 내빈분들이 입장하시는
As soon as our distinguished VIP guests join us, we will be beginning the event. Please bear with us. Thank you.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
A short announcement. The public presentations for design competition for Daejeon Art Park will begin shortly. As soon as our VIP guests join us, we will begin the presentation event. Please bear with us. A last request, please check if your mobile phones are switched to silent mode, and also check if the interpretation receivers are working. On channel 1, you will get Korean. On channel 2, English. Please be advised. Thank you. A short announcement. The public presentation for design competition for Daejeon Art Park will begin shortly. We see a lot of participants joining us from the back of the hall. Please take your seats. And because this is a presentation event, please check again if your mobile phones are on silent mode. We will have both English and Korean language presentations today. Please check if your interpretation receivers are working. On channel 1, you will get Korean. On channel 2, you will get English. Please be advised.
고맙습니다.
Thank you.
네, 현재 입장하시는 분들
I kindly ask people joining us now to please take your seats. Please take your seats in the front of the auditorium because we have empty seats in the front.
네, 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Announcement. Public presentations for design competition for Daejeon Art Park will be beginning shortly. Those of our participants who are still standing, please take your seats. We will like to begin the public presentation session soon. Please check if your mobile phones are on silent mode, and I ask everyone to please kindly take your seats. Thank you.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon. I'm your MC for the public presentation for design competition for Daejeon Art Park. My name is Song Gyu-ah. It's a great honor to be emceeing such a meaningful event. I studied visual design in college, and I am considering a designer myself, and I actually live quite near to the project site. So I think it's my destiny to be emceeing this event. I am looking very much forward to the presentations. Today, this event kicks off the second cultural complex, which will elevate the cultural and art for Daejeon citizens. This will comprise a music performance hall and second city art museum in Junggu Jungcheon Neighborhood Park. And to envision this new landmark for Daejeon, world-renowned architectural firms from home and abroad are showcasing their designs for Daejeon Art Park for the first time to citizens. Also, we will have not only the design presentation, but also jury review of the designs. Before we begin the program, I would like to briefly share the order of the events today. First, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, introduce the participants and VIPs, report on the project progress, and hear some opening remarks from the Honorable Mayor of Daejeon. And we will have the 7 teams respectively giving their presentations. They will be given 15 minutes for a presentation and a 15-minute Q&A from the jury panel, a total of 30 minutes per team. After the presentations are over, the citizens, the public section of this event will be over, and we will have the jury deliberations to decide the winner. So not only here in the auditorium, this event is being streamed live on YouTube, so all of the citizens who have not been able to join us will also enjoy this event. Now I would like to kick off the International Design Competition presentations. First, Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand up and face the national flag in the front.
국기에 대하여
Please salute to the national flag.
나는 자랑스러운 태극기 앞에 자유롭고 정의로운 대한민국의 무궁한 영광을 위하여 충성을 다할 것을 굳게 다짐합니다.
Thank you very much. That'll be it for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please take your seats. Next, I'd like to introduce our guests of honor, members of the jury. And I apologize, I won't be able to introduce all who are here due to time constraints. And please give a big round of applause. He's always striving to make Daejeon an economic powerhouse, a cultural powerhouse. Please welcome Mayor of the Daejeon Metropolitan City, Mr. Lee Jong-woo. Striving for a Daejeon where all prosper and all are happy, the Speaker of the Daejeon Metropolitan Council, Mr. Lee Sang-le. Thank you very much for being here with us today. She is always supporting public architecture innovation in Daejeon. The Chief Architect, Ms. Lee Jin-suk. Thank you for being with us. And we are also joined by the members of the City Council, Vice Mayor of Cheonggu District, and the President of the Daejeon Research Institute, as well as prominent guests from the architectural and cultural fields. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I apologize I cannot introduce each and every one of you. A big round of applause for everyone. Thank you. Now allow me to introduce the members of the jury. First of all, Mr. Lee Sung-kwan of Hano Architects, who is heading the jury panel. Professor Yoon Sung-hyun from the Chungang National University. Mr. Lee Jong-hoon for Joho Architecture. Professor Im Dong-woo of the Hongik University. Mr. Cho Kyung-chan of Terminal 7 Architects. Mr. Lee Jae-sung, ZMJ Architects. And from Professor Thomas Sherpa of the Singapore University of Technology and Design. And Professor Choi Jun-sung of the Chungnam National University. you to the 8 jury panelists. Thank you so much for your effort. And now I'd like to thank everyone who has exerted all their effort to make this competition a success. Next, I would like to go into the progress report of the formation of the second Cultural and Arts Complex. I'd like to invite Lee Sun-min, Director of Arts and Culture of the Daejeon Metropolitan City Government.
Good afternoon. I am Director of Culture and Arts Department of Daejeon City. I will begin my report on the progress of the second cultural complex project, tentatively named Daejeon Art Park Project. I would like to share with you what we have done up to this point. Since the inauguration of the 8th Daejeon City Administration by popular election, to address demand for more focus being placed on culture and arts, and also to bridge the cultural asset gap between the East and West Daejeon, and therefore to enhance appreciation of culture and arts, a dedicated music performance hall and second cultural complex, or second city art museum, were decided in March 2023 to be built, and that plan was publicly announced. And also to move beyond the monotonous cityscape that was composed of standardized public architectural design, a new project implementation framework was introduced to be able to come to a design that will become a landmark. And Daejeon became the first metropolitan city to introduce the design first, project planning later approach. We are the first to attempt this new method of strategic design for public architecture. There was strong support and commitment by the metropolitan city government and by the mayor. In the first supplementary budget of 2023, a budget of 2.4 billion won was earmarked, and the project commissioning began in November 2023. Also, we have built an advisory board comprising expert architects. And after multiple instances of advisor and preparatory work from the competition operation team, we were able to publicly announce in February this year Daejeon Art Park International Invited Competition. And we are planning to make this a historic landmark architecture piece. And we are delighted to welcome 7 world-renowned architects from both home and abroad as participants in the competition. The 7 architect teams, after around 70 days of hard work, have submitted 1 design entry per team, and each of them are indeed unique and fascinating in their own way. Today, we are happy to host the citizens as well as 8 jury panelists to listen to the series of presentation of the architects' remarkable work. And with that, I would end my project progress report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have just heard from the Director of the Cultural Arts Department. And now I'd like to invite the Honorable Mayor, Lee Jang-woo. Let's welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause. Good afternoon, everyone. So we are here for the public presentation for the International Invited Design Competition for the Daejeon Arts Park. I'd like to thank everyone for being here. I'd particularly like to convey appreciation to the jury panel. I'd also like to thank the former president of the Chungnam National University, who is also our chief architect, Ms. Lee Jin-suk. I think it was back in 2007. So I went on a business trip to Europe, and there was one particular place I had always wanted to go to, and that's actually the Guggenheim Museum annex of the Bilbao, Spain. So I took some time and to go to Bilbao in Spain. So when I landed at the airport, I was able to get a feel of what people were committed to. And then I took the metro. Everywhere there were design. Design was filled all around the city. And I remember thinking that in Korea, we should also have great architecture just as they had in Bilbao. So that was already about 17 years ago. Now, I think I am able to realize that dream as the mayor of the Daejeon Metropolitan City. So the music hall and the art museum were some of the projects that I had in mind. And the president of the KAIST had talked about the site having a stream or a river. So I first of all looked at the Hanbat area, but we realized that it was really difficult to construct some structures or buildings in that site. So looking and thinking around the Daejeon city, and then Jungcheon-dong came into my sight. So this music hall that we'll be building and the art museum should become cultural and artistic landmarks. That is my aim. And also, as we go forward, there are many types of buildings and architecture we should build, but sometimes I think in many cases, we are able to be inspired by the nature, flora and fauna. And I think we can get a lot of inspiration from nature. And I see a lot of architects also having that kind of inspiration to create really inspiring pieces of architectural works. As I travel around the world on business, I see many buildings and architecture, and I believe that in Korea it's time for us to have a revolution in the realm of architecture. Before, many Koreans felt that only conventional buildings would work, and people thought that we had to resort to the conventional way. We cannot think out of the box, but we are now here, and we are able to come up with this methodology of designing first. So I believe that we should not be constrained financially if we really want to build a landmark. If we really want to leave a legacy to the next generation through architecture, we have to be free to plan and design as we want. And so we are heading and starting on a very long journey. We have a long way to go. Beginning from this planned design, well, I don't know what's going to happen going forward, but I think this kind of planned design is going to stay with us going forward, and I believe that about 40 billion Korean won will be allocated going forward. And so today is very monumental in the sense that we are starting on that long journey. There's going to be a sports complex that's also going to be built, and I think those kind of architecture will also be based on the planned design concept. I don't think a building should be conventional now. Daejeon is known as a science and technology hub. And I believe that the buildings also have to be innovative, and architectural design innovative enough to lead the way. So today we have 7 teams, and they have been invited to participate in the design competition. We have contacted about 8 teams, but one team declined our invitation. And so we have 7 teams that have made submissions. Genko Guma Associates, whom you know very well, and UN Studio from the Netherlands, I think is also very well known. Zaha Hadid from UK. We also have SOA from Korea and the System Lab and the SKM and Yun Seng-dong. So we have 7 teams, and if you look at them, all of the works are really amazing. I really want all 7 of them in our city. Unfortunately, that's not going to be possible. Anyway, we are starting on a rather difficult process and a journey, so we look forward to your continued support. But I can say for sure that all architecture in Daejeon that's going to be built is not going to be conventional. They're going to be out of the box. Maybe it will require a lot of financial resources and a lot of time, but they will indeed be architecture that we can leave as a legacy to the next generation. And I, as a mayor, are going to do my best to make that possible. I look forward to the jury's wise decision, and we look forward to your support. And I'm sure with your contribution, Daejeon City will become a leading urban area with the best architecture in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Those were some remarks from Mayor Lee Chang-woo. We could hear very much that he's interested in urban renewal and architectural design, and he also committed to strong support for such endeavors. Next, we'll hear some congratulatory remarks from City Council Chair, Mr. Lee Sang-woo. Good afternoon. I am Chair of Daejeon Metropolitan City Council, Lee Sang-nae. So today, we are hosting the public presentation for design competition. I would like to congratulate the hosting of these presentations. I also extend my thanks to Mayor Lee Chang-woo and the government officials who have made this event possible. As we open this event, I was thinking that this is going to be such a great opportunity for us. We should seize this opportunity to have the citizens living near the old city center getting more opportunities to appreciate and enjoy culture and arts. And I would like to extend my thanks again to Mayor Lee for that vision. I have accompanied Mayor Lee on overseas business trips, and I saw that he was really focused on taking very good photographs of architecture overseas. I was born and raised in Daejeon, and I often ask myself whether there is a piece of architecture in Daejeon that really represents the city, and I can't think of one. And every time I travel overseas, I always wish that we would have something that would constitute a landmark for Daejeon. And I hope that participants will be able to present us with a piece of art that will encourage people to visit Daejeon and see its architecture for centuries to come. And that would be a great achievement for the participants as well. And also, I'm looking forward to the jury panel's very good decisions towards that end. The Daejeon Metropolitan City Council will also spare no efforts to support the completion of the second cultural complex project. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for your congratulatory words. Now it's really time for us to start the public presentations for the internationally invited design competition for Daejeon Arts Park. And as you know, there's going to be a public presentation, and there is also going to be a review of the juries. And so I'm just going to give the mic to Mr. Han Jong-yeol, who is the chair of the jury panel commission, to say a few words. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lee Sung-kwan. I'm going to be chairing today's jury panel. Until about 2 years ago, I was actually the chief architect for the Daejeon metropolitan city. And if you look at the city of Daejeon, I thought that there's always so much potential because there's a lot of empty space and there's a lot of really important and amazing architecture amidst that kind of empty space because the former mayor, had said that there was no landmarks in Daejeon. But I think landmarks do not necessarily have to be skyscrapers. They don't have to be very visible. I think landmarks can be buildings that are symbolic. So I looked around the city and I believe that there's a lot of potential, and some buildings and some architecture can be adjusted and maybe developed a little bit further, and then they can really make Daejeon city prosperous and enhance the quality of life for residents here. This particular competition was a very good plan and strategy. There are railways, there are streams. Actually, railway tracks usually tend to divide the different areas, but that kind of barrier can be overcome. And the streams flow in the middle of the park. And of course, the streams can also be seen as a boundary, but not necessarily. It could be just considered as a line that cuts across the park. And that can actually be a starting point of very good design. So in that way, railways and the stream that is in the Chungcheon neighborhood park actually can become a good basis and have a lot of potential. So there's the old town and there's a new town. There's a boundary by the neighboring park. But I think we should be thinking out of the box. The park should not just be seen from a conventional boundary kind of perspective. Also, if you are standing inside the park, you may feel that the site is rather enclosed and limited, but that can also be a basis for a new kind of potential. The park is rather long, it's linear shaped, and I think that kind of direction can be articulated. And I think today we have 7 teams, and I think we'll be able to find that kind of potential from those 7 teams, and we'll do our best to come up with an objective decision. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was some words from Lee Sung-kwan, who is the chief of the jury. So he had talked about the connection between the old town and the new town, and the fact that they should not be seen as 2 separate areas. So we are going to giving 15 minutes for the presentation and 15 minutes for a Q&A. So 2 minutes before the time is up, and when the time is up, we will be ringing a bell. And there is also going to be an English presentation, and so please use channel number 1 for English, channel 2 for English on your interpretation receivers. Channel 1 is Korean, channel 2 is English. So the first presentation will be made by Seng-dong.
반갑습니다.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to be the first presenter for today. When we were thinking about this project, we were not focusing so much on becoming or building a landmark, but focusing on the urban park aspects. How are we going to further develop those elements, which would naturally become a landmark? In 1872, Manhattan, the Central Park was established in New York City. Since the Industrial Revolution, urban parks were proposed as an antithesis to industrialization. But in contemporary times, urban parks are not only providing green spaces for recreation, it's more about building networks where we will interact and breathe together with the city. So in 1982, La Villette Park was built in Paris. So this was not just about providing green spaces. This was looking at the structures and networks within the city space and became encapsulated in that city. And these sort of urban parks around the world, we see them developing and growing and breathing in and developing into diverse spaces that grow with the city. So the project that we are looking at is located right in the center of Daejeon, and it is situated right between the old downtown and new downtown. So we see a collision of the orders of the old town and new town. And we also have some disconnection because of the rivers and also the railway lines. So if you're looking at those spaces, when we're thinking of an art park, the focus should not be so much on building an architectural landmark, but trying to renew the meaning and function of an urban park. So we are looking at this as not only a green space, but as a part of city infrastructure. So it should encompass the structures and also work with the networks of the city. That was what we were imagining. And we would like to propose a concept that we'd like to call the bridgescape. So bridgescape is not limited only to our project site. It looks at the collision between the old downtown and new downtown of Daejeon. So we are trying to bridge the difference between those two different forces. So this is not just a physical bridge, but also a psychological bridge. And it will bridge all of the functions of urban facilities. And it will bring together two different centers that were previously not very much in harmony. And the project site is actually not that large. So it should expand further conceptually out into the urban space, and it should also be closely linked with the other spaces through rather blurry boundaries. And going further, through the site or the future art park, it would provide a space for evolution. And ultimately, nature and architecture and culture, all of the boundaries will be blurred through this park. To go back into the specifics, we have the performance hall and then the art museum, and between those two facilities, there could be a plaza that is built. And this would play the bridge that connects different elements of the city together. So it's not just going to be only a park, it is going to be a framework that expands out into the larger city. And the performance hall and the art museum will not only be limited to the park spaces. They will again expand and connect to the surrounding mountains and the rivers and the city beyond. So it will serve as a sort of a platform. That is the basic concept behind our ideation for the art park. I'd like to continue on with the presentation. So if you look at this drawing, we are proposing a comprehensive bridgescape. So this is connecting the city and the culture and the nature. So it's going to be a complex of culture, and there will be different pavilions. These pavilions will be located here and there in the park, and they will be connecting and functioning closely with the urban facilities. And from an elevated level, we see that the bridgescape connects the everyday spaces and the park spaces, and this is the layout. So we are going to make use of the foundational infrastructure. We are going to maintain this linear park shape, but still it will function as an art park. It will be experiential and ecological through this new layout. So the diverse nature will work together with this new facility, and it will become another new natural landmark. So there are outdoors decks that will connect to the surrounding areas on a horizontal level. And this multidimensional bridgescape will expand to the outside and the inside, and it will connect the programs within and also to the surrounding streets with the park, with the Chungcheon station, and further to the streets of the city that are more far away. To look at the natural aspect, our plan isn't based on one specific perspective. Throughout the seasons, we see that the colors will change and many different events will be hosted. So there will be 8 external spaces that are eco-friendly, which will encompass different events where vegetation will grow along with the natural water resources. And this bridge is not only a physical but also symbolic connection. It is not only part of architecture. It actually converges the nature and the city through this image. So this image or this bridge is not a fixture in time. It will interact with the time and interact with the activities that take place in the city of Daejeon. So it will slowly and intricately focus on different elements of the plaza, of the performance hall, of the art museum, and also the urban properties. So these outcomes are not going to be delivered solely by this master plan. It will also have to require policy support. Now that was about the master plan, and now I would like to focus on the 2 different smaller scale projects, which would be the Music Performance Hall and the Art Museum. So the auditorium or the Music Performance Hall, this is going to bring together not only art but also city nature and culture. So we want to propose a performance hall that is expansionary. So it is a concert hall as a park, a multi-layered cultural platform, a landscape performance area, a lobby for the citizens, and a vineyard hall for performance art and experimental black box auditorium. So through multiple decks and levels, this concert hall, this performance hall is going to expand outwards. So it will serve as a terrace to the Yudongcheon River and also the old downtown and new downtown. So there will be interaction, and a lot of events will take place where the activities of the surrounding community will converge. And so there are so many decks and levels. This performance hall makes us imagine a futuristic park. And next, multi-layered cultural platform. So many events that are voluntarily hosted by the citizens are going to take place. And we, of course, have the Grand Hall and the auditorium and the concert hall. And there will be outdoors decks where citizens can have their own impromptu performances. So this promotes imagination that brings together outdoor spaces and indoor spaces. And the concert hall as a landscape. This is a section of the bridge that naturally permeates into the space of the concert hall. And the concert hall serves as a landscape, contains community culture, and is connected to various levels, including the Central Plaza, Natural Yard, and Yudung Chun stream. So a fusion of architecture and nature brings forward the future of Daejeon, and so many art and music events will take place in this space. Now to look at the outside. This is a lobby for the citizens and open public value. So performance halls are usually only open when there are performances, but our proposal is to have the lobby area always open to everyone. So this will be not only a foyer for the performance hall, but it will also connect our daily lives to musical performances. So the shops and the restaurants and the cafes will connect the outside to the inside to make the citizens and the community more happy. And the visitors can travel seamlessly towards the upper levels. And these foyer areas will also be open, even if there aren't any official performances, where the citizens can enjoy the scenery. And they can go up the levels, up to the roof. And if you look at this diagram, there are so many event areas and natural spaces that are showcased on each of the levels. So this is going to be the most important aspect of this facility in terms of its outdoor landmark attractions. It will connect out into the future. And lastly, the Vineyard Performance Hall and the experimental black box auditorium. So the practical use of the performance hall is very important as well. A vineyard hall for performances is going to be very important for acoustics and sound as well. For a professional music performance hall, the Vineyard Hall is going to play a very important role. And the multi-dimensional aesthetics that also support different types of classical performances is going to be very useful as well. And so many different experiments may take place on an architectural level. So this is a view from the air. And next is the City Art Museum. This is about a landscape. There are 5 conceptual points. Museum as an art promenade, museum intersects with park and the city, and a complex, or rather special exhibition and permanent exhibition and archive, all connecting together, and also education and public value should be provided for the citizens in this multi-dimensional cultural space. And we have close connections to the streets as well. In terms of archival properties, we saw that there are spaces that are going to be spaces that are already there, and those are going to be made use of as well. And all of those spaces will be connected to different pathways that lead to different galleries. The inner courtyards will serve not only as internal indoors plazas, but also spaces for exhibition and education. So experiential architecture will be showcased here. And bridges are not only about connection, they are also going to be filled by performances and pictures and exhibitions. I would like to lastly share with you a short video clip. Thank you. That's the end of our presentation. Thank you for listening.
네, 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you very much. If the jurists have any questions, you may go ahead and ask them now.
심사위원분들 혹시
Members of the jury, do you have any questions for the team? Yeah, maybe they're getting their thoughts together, so let me just go ahead first with the first question. So it's a very interesting proposal that you have made. It's 1.2 kilometers of linearity, and I think if you walk along the bridge, it will probably become about 3 kilometers. And if it goes beyond 3 kilometers, then it will probably take about 1 hour. So I think it will become a park of abundance. And there are many changes according to the different levels. It's not going to be boring. There's a river, there's the old town, there's also the connection between the new town and the old town as well, which were also very interesting. So I understand it as a concept, but the size of the bridge, it seems rather big to be able to fully enjoy the landscape. Maybe about 12 meters across, maybe 6 or 9 meters. 3-meter width, I think, is there, but only in small numbers. So infrastructure-wise, it will be quite a heavy load to be as a bridge skate. So it might be good to look at, but is the size appropriate when it comes to actually enjoying the landscape?
First of all, the bridge that we are thinking about is not just for taking a walk or just to visually enjoy the landscape. That's not all it is for. We want to contain programs on those bridges. So we're looking at 3 meters across to 12 meters across because some programs will be hosted there. Sometimes it might be outdoors exhibition that will constitute the art park. And those cultural programs should be included because this is an art park, and as well for the performance hall. When we're looking at outdoors performance area, the bridge can play the role of the bleachers for the audience. So it's not going to be looking at only one direction. It's going to be sort of an inner courtyard. So external outdoor spaces might be in the middle, and they will come together in a circle. So diverse events can be hosted there. So we thought that this is going to be the most appropriate size. And second of all, we were considering, of course, we are proposing a master plan. It's not about specific buildings. So as you saw in that video clip, step by step, we might not build in each and every one of the bridges that we have planned. We can, of course, adjust the bridge plans based on the master plan. But the bridges will be strategic points that will transform the urban spaces. And we chose this approach because, as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, when we're thinking about landmarks, we usually think about some very unorthodox forms of architecture, but that's not what's important. We should look at the strategy of the city and also the landscape, how the bridges are situated, might be able to build a landmark by providing park space. So by providing something that is very horizontal in the park space, it can also develop into a landmark. Thank you. I also had a question on the bridge. So most of the bridges, they were drawn as pairs. And from the architect's perspective, this really logically aligned with bringing the urban spaces into the park, but it also seemed a little redundant. So the spatial experiences on those bridges, how are they going to be different when they're in pairs? And most of the bridges are overpasses, so they will be very easy or helpful to cross the road. But again, there is a level difference from the promenades on the riverbank. How are you going to relate those bridges to the riverbank promenades? So actually, earlier this morning, we went to the site again to take another look. And we looked at the attractive natural beauty of Yudungcheon, but we also looked at how it would align with our master plan proposal. And we saw that the pattern of flooding of the Yudungcheon is that because it's a very wide stream, we found that there were buffers that kept the water at safe levels. So that should be built into the landscaping, and we wanted to focus on enjoyment of these natural elements. So the green and blue areas here, we have a plan for LIB, ecological landscaping. So we are going to help enjoy the wetlands and adjust the speed of the water while we preserve the ecological environment. So the bridges will provide access to those areas as well. And in the middle, the central plaza, it's not connected on every side with the bridge. Some of these central plazas are on the same level as the Yudungcheon riverbank. And I think everyone, all of the jury panelists have walked over the overpass to get to the other side. But that bridge is currently only for practical purposes. But we thought that this could be a place where it could expand out into and connect to the city. And most of the time in the city, bridges are for cars and vehicles, but for us, bridge is for nature and for pedestrians.
So through the bridge, we have the continuous series of programs and events, and you seem to be reorganizing the park, the nature, and the city, and so you have a good rationale for that. And inside there are the various functions of the buildings and various programs and also things that are taking place outside. But what I'm curious to know is that if you look at the first slide, and if you look at when you set up the system as a pathway of the experiences, have you thought you did think about expansion of the experiences as a park, and you talked about the Central Park in New York. So you have the old town and the new town. They have their own particular structures. How did you interpret those structures? And these bridges start from somewhere and go somewhere, so they are connecting between 2 points. So what's your concept? What kind of points do these bridges connect? And can you also talk a little bit more about the concept behind this particular pattern or shape of the bridges?
So when we were preparing this, actually that was the area that we were thinking most hard about. So the Central Park or Hyde Park, if you look at those examples, they are clearly separated from the boundaries of the city, but the La Villette Park in Paris or other urban regeneration parks, we see that the boundaries between the city and the park are blurred. So the culture of the park is shared with the city, and so this interaction helps develop both the city and the park. So when we are coming up with these patterns, we focused on the intersection between the park and the city. So from the new town, here we have the Central Plaza. And from the Central Plaza, we'll be expanding out into the new city. And as satellite art spaces, there would be these pavilions. So going through those pavilions, you would organically access the Central Plaza, which will connect again to the Performance Hall and the Art Museum. And basically, architecture is about mass. But the bridge, which is a buffer between the park and the new and old towns, that role will be fulfilled for the Performance Hall by the outdoor performance areas. And for the Art Museum, we have different levels to allow access into the museum. I wasn't able to go into much detail in my presentation, but the drawings will help you understand. And on the edges of the park, the landscape will blend into our architecture. Last question.
예, 제가 오늘
So
아침
go ahead. Okay, thank
After
you,
you,
thank
yeah.
you. So thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. My question is twofold. One would be about the scale of your proposed intervention. So I feel the scale on the eastern side of the city works quite well, but on the western side, the scale seems rather different, right? It's a more intimate, more intricate scale that you're working with. So is your plan to, as you develop the project further, to match that scale better than you do now? And the second question would be similar to my colleague here. The bridges end on the eastern side of the city. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. On the western side, it's not so obvious what are the places that you have chosen for connecting. So yeah, thank you.
Not sure if I understood very clearly, but anyway, so the Duncheon station, around that area, there is the Knowledge Industry Center, the IT Center, and there will be other parks and schools. And this side, as far as I know, we visited that area here, there was a car repair and car tow area. So I think that as a railroad passes through this pretty much defines the characteristic of this area. And this should be renewed as a space for nature and for culture. So the space for nature and culture and the performance hall would comprise a culture complex, and then the Daejeon station will be established. And this is going to closely relate to our bridge. And for the IT center, there aren't concrete plans there yet. We were thinking about connecting it to the front plaza for the art museum, and we were tuning it to the scale of the school that was right next to it. And I would like to share with you that this is not conclusive. We will look at the elements that surround the project area, how we are going to work with them for further development of Daejeon. I think that these might be rigid systems that we have to work with. Thank you so much. I think we can take just one more question from another jury member. So in terms of architecture, I visited that area as well. And circulation connecting between the two old and new city centers, I believe that that was a very pertinent point. I would like to ask from the viewpoint of a general citizen, not as an architect. Looking at that project site, I was myself reminded of Bilbao. So it's actually in the opposite direction. The Bilbao project comprises multiple projects by multiple architects, and this is taking actually a very opposite approach. What do you think the merit is of your very opposite approach to Bilbao? So anyway, this competition, this is not going to be conclusive, as you know. In the first stage, which is today's competition, it's about the master plan. And in the second stage, the second round, there are going to be different competitions for the performance hall and the museum. So the focus today is not about building the forms of the performance hall and art museum. It's not about building something that is like the Guggenheim building in Bilbao. I believe that instead we should focus on the space of the art park, what role it has to play within the city. And I'm not sure who's going to be designing the performance hall and the art museum later on, but we're providing a master plan which will provide a foundation for those designs for facilities. And that's why we came up with Bridgescape. And it's not only a foundation, but also it's going to hopefully become a landmark that is very horizontal. So it's a park, but the park itself can become a landmark. Thank you so much for your attention. Yeah, that brings us to the end of the presentation number 1. Thank you.
네, 다음 발표 이어가겠습니다. 두 번째 발표고요. 다음 팀은 SKM 디자인입니다. 자, 박수로 모셔보겠습니다.
Let's welcome the SKM architects to the stage with a big round of applause.
A short announcement. So that was just the end of the first presentation. We have 6 more teams, and I kindly ask everyone to please keep to their time limit. Hello, I am Min Sung-jin from SKM Architects. Thank you for inviting us to this international design competition. So as we come up with this master plan for Daejeon, we think about what is an outstanding city. To look at the international standards of a city, Daejeon has great potential to develop into an international city of culture. Daejeon is a city with forward-thinking values rooted in science and education. Based on a long-term planning, Daejeon City is developing its ecological environment, and if it's able to host international scale performance hall and art museum, then it will become an even more beautiful world-class city of culture. Then what's in it for Daejeon City through this Daejeon Art Park project? Around the world, people will come to look at the Daejeon Lake, Kumgang River, and Gapcheong, and they will also be able to enjoy this world-class performance hall and art museum, so Daejeon will become a wonderful destination. And for Korean citizens, this is, of course, a hub for transportation, and they will be able to enjoy, at convenience, a quality music and art. And most important for the citizens of Daejeon, the old and new city centers will be organically connected in a ecologically friendly park, and they will get a plaza where they can take walks or take bike rides, and they can enjoy their time with their family. So this is going to be a very important heart at Daejeon. So if the major cultural facilities were built in parks along the riverbanks of Han River, then I believe that Seoul would become much more famous and attractive as a destination around the world. And there are very little spaces around the world where cultural spaces are on riverbanks and within parks, and it's going to be very special. Now, I would like to share with you what kind of processes and methods we're going to use to locate each of these facilities. Now, we'd like to look at the historical context of the site and master plan layout concepts. So, it was connected to a hill, and we can see that the stream runs right next to it. We are going to revisit the natural environment and also try to revive the beginning of that stream. And we will have to consider the music performance hall towards the Daejeon-no on the north. And the focus of the design was to vertically expand the old hills and promenades for the music hall. And the art hall will be located across the music hall, or across the central plaza, across the music hall. And everything will be connected on this plaza level. The Highline Park that was designed by Field Operations in New York and Korean landscaping company Urban Yard, these companies will be working with us to bring the natural environment and the riverbank with the project site, and the insides and the outsides of the project site will be organically connected so we can really relate to the nature. And Daejeon Art Park are going to work very well with the Riverbank Park, as you can see in this drawing. And how are we going to maintain the existing area of parks, integrating them with new large cultural facilities? We wanted to avoid eating away at the space of the park. So we are going to maintain the 46 level ground from the ground floor existing facilities, and we are going to make multi-dimensional 53 level plaza level, and it's going to be relocated for horizontal expansion. And with ramps to the music hall, everything is going to be vertically connected to the sculptural park and the rooftop terrace. And we are also going to add in other spaces for outdoor activity so that citizens are going to be able to enjoy these spaces even better. And third, 4 key strategies of master plan for better connectivity. First, by planning a plaza between the music hall and performance hall, we are going to gain better access to the car park and add more cultural facilities and convenience facilities. And using bleachers, stands, and ramps, we are going to have a very audacious connection to the Daejeon Art Park, between the Daejeon Art Park and the Yudungcheon River. And also, there is going to be a pedestrian overpass. And across the pedestrian overpass, this is the inner park, courtyard of the Second Art Museum. And third, there is going to be vertical circulation that is going to connect to the Jungcheon station. And this will connect to the park, the pavilion, and the plaza, and go across the Yudungcheon River through a pedestrian bridge. And fourth, the existing underground sidewalks are going to be improved in terms of design, and they are also going to be extended to directly connect the old city center, the park, and the Yudungcheon River. So the art park area, which did not permit easy access, will have better access through these 4 connection ways. And out of those 4, 2 of them are going to be making use of existing facilities, which will help us save cost. And I would like to look at the floor plan of our master plan. So basically, we have 3 levels planned. At 46th level, which is ground level, and then we have the plaza, which is 53 level, and 40 level, which is the underground car park. On ground level, to prevent any overflooding of the Yudungcheon River, the major halls for the music hall and the museum are going to be located on the ground level and on the plaza. And the entryway is going to be where the music hall and the performance hall face each other so that people can easily find the entryway. And there's also going to be a 4-way road to provide easy access. And based on consultation from a transport technician, we have moved the entryway 170 meters away from the main road, and we also got 70 meters for the vehicles to move. And there are going to be a 400-seat chamber hall for the performance hall on ground level, and there are also going to be office and convenience facilities. And we have the chamber hall with a lot of natural lighting and open lobby from level 1 or ground level 1 to level 4. And the art hall is going to be on ground level, which will never be flooded. And the 3 pavilion art galleries are going to be in harmony with the beautiful park, and they are going to be located towards the south. Next is plaza level. So this is going to be organically covering up the railway at 43 level, which will connect us to the court, car park, and also protect the performance hall from the noise from the railway. And we can see pedestrians will be able to use a ramp to walk over to the river. And the central plaza, which comes between the performance hall and art museum, is going to be multi-purpose. The promenade, which works as a part of the performance hall, will be connected to the outdoors sculpture park and the terrace cafe. So this is going to be a horizontal or vertical experience. And the Terrace Cafe on 71 level is going to give a view to the concert hall when there are no concerts going on. And also, the riverbank park and the landscape of Daejeon will be enjoyed from that space. So the performance hall is going to be a truly public space, open to all, even if there are no performances. We work with the consultant to have the audience seats, the lobby, and the auxiliary facilities on the plaza level, so they will work independently of the chamber hall on ground level. And when we were planning the art museum, we placed emphasis on the customizable special exhibition rooms. And cafe and the museum, a gift shop, are going to serve as the parlor for the art museum. The performance hall and the art museum are going to form part of the park, and the park is going to become part of the architecture. So this is going to be one big construct, and that is the focus of the master plan. And the underground car park is going to be located between the performance hall and the art museum for easy and efficient use. And 500 bikes are going to be parked. And also, bikes can be rented out in the underpass. Now, I would like to share with you the video clip. So the music performance hall, as I mentioned earlier, will have the promenades, walkways. The walkways will be part of the performance hall. It will also be part of the landmark, and we placed much emphasis on the Daejeon Art Park. Works together with the Daecheong-ho Lake and the Geumgang and Yudongcheon. So how it will harmonize with the natural landscape. And another important focal point is the two plazas, one near the station and two between the performance hall and the art museum. So the plaza that is close to the station is more a public-facing plaza, while the plaza between the performance hall and the art museum is more for private events and gatherings. So SKM designs, because the bridges are going to be both costly and complicated, we are going to place them close to the new station and also to the north to encourage people to freely walk from east to west and west to east. SKM architects for the past 29 years have focused on client-oriented, unique designs, and Kijanggun, a small fishery village, has been elevated into a destination with more than 2 million visitors each year. through our Ananti project, which spanned 12 years, beginning 2012. The design and the management, the specific design, architectural design, all of that was based on our persevering efforts. And we are confident that we are going to be quite successful in completing this project as well. We hope that Daejeon Art Park will help Daejeon be reborn as a world-class city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's now time for Q&A. I'd like to ask any member of the jury to ask questions to the team. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. So the main aspect of your master plan seems to be quite clear and well manifested in your presentation. And it was very easy to understand. The master plan, as you said, encompasses the Chungcheon station, and there are newly proposed bridges that will connect the new town stretching west from the Yudong Channel, the Yudong stream. And then on the north, you have the two structures, and on the southern side, you have the park. So the art museum and the music hall has rather a high dense plaza. But what I'm curious to know is that on the southern side, you have a park that's going to be created. And what I thought was inspiring was that underground, there is going to be a bicycle storage area that can encompass about 500 bikes. When people come into that area, they will be able to can they access the two structures? What sequence do they move between the buildings?
So another focal point of our master plan is to make the two plazas. One would be the Chungcheon Station Plaza, and one would be the central plaza between the two buildings. So the Chungcheon Plaza is going to be a public space where a lot of pedestrians go through. So many events will be hosted there, hopefully. And the central plaza might be for art museum events or concerts. So it will serve the cultural aspect. So we also considered locating the performance hall and art museum on either side of the Chungcheon Station Plaza. But we decided that that would sort of dilute the purpose of that plaza. And again, as per your question, building a pedestrian bridge is going to be very costly and expensive. And we wanted to make good use of the existing bridges on each end. And the bridge that we are planning stretches from the west to the Dosan Sewon and other cultural attractions. It will be directly connecting to that area. And because there are a lot of apartment complexes that are going to be built there, we thought that strategically that would be the most important location for the bridge. And regarding the bicycle lanes, a lot of Korean visitors might be renting bikes there and then use the ramp to the central plaza. And there is going to be a canopy that is always open that will lead the bike rider, the visitor, to the other spaces.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Yeah, I was quite surprised to see how fulfilling it was, and it was very inspiring to see the connections, and also you have made a reinterpretation of the riverside area, which I thought was quite unique and also inspiring as well. So water collection or ecosystem and the relationship they have with the ecosystem, with the ecology there, is something that I want to ask you about. What's the philosophy or the background of that? And these two structures or buildings, the music hall or an art museum, can be a matter of competition, a matter of survival for the city. So I believe that it can bring about a change in the identity of the Daejeon city. So I want to ask you what you think is a proper landmark that is befitting to this time and age.
So as we took up this project, this is a project that is of such significant importance to our company, our firm. So we came to Daejeon so many times, and we were struck by the flatness of the city of Daejeon. We saw that so many people were using bikes to get around, and Kapcheon and Yudungcheon. Those are the two major streams that are so peacefully and beautifully flowing through the city. And so we thought that it would be great if Daejeon could develop with a long-term view and long-term planning to be more environmentally friendly. So that's why we focused on this. We don't have to spend a lot of money if you just start planting small trees. Kapcheon, Yudungcheon, and the other streams can all become world-class appreciated natural resources. So every time we visit, we saw that so many people were walking their dogs, taking walks along the Yudungcheon. And we really wanted to avoid reducing the size of the space when two large facilities are built. And in our second visit here, that was around the time where there were serious floods across the country. And so because of these climate change induced extreme weather events, we became very cautious about planning for underground facilities. And Yudungcheon used to be a very wide river, but it has become narrow across, and that meant the speed of the flow went up, so it could be dangerous. And because Daejeon is just 2 hours away maximum from any part of the country, and we thought that it would be absolutely wonderful to have very exemplary performance halls and art museums. We found around the world there are not many instances where performance halls and art museums are grouped together. Of course, we have the Seoul Art Center in Seoul, but it's right on the side of a hill, and so it's always a very there's always a shadow over the building. But I believe that the natural environment for this project site is much more beautiful because it has the potential for becoming a landmark. The building itself doesn't have to be that fancy. We really wanted to focus on not overpowering the existing streams. At the same time, having the buildings and the facilities have very unique identities to themselves.
So in this project, or the biggest difference of the master plan is that there's a central plaza, and there are many merits to this site, but there are also many disadvantages. The fact that it's a bit isolated from the habited areas. And so you have said that the 53 level for the plaza, which is an attempt to overcome that kind of isolation. So with that, everything just falls into place. But then there are, I think, some concerns and issues that I'd like to raise. One is that you have the 53 level, but then you also have the 46 level beneath that. And at the 46 level, the environment is a bit obscure, but how are you going to set the program there? But nonetheless, I do believe that the Central Plaza at 53 level is important. So how can you compensate or complement the issue that are just raised for the 46 level? And then there's the Honam train line, and then you have to have the Central Plaza at 53 level. And so from expenditure, the cost perspective, I think is going to be a bit of a burden. So do you have any kind of plans for that?
So about covering the railway, of course, this was an area that we were very careful about. So that was proposed as the second stage. And as I mentioned earlier, we came to the site quite often, and we found that that space was very inaccessible, very hard to drive there. Even if you drive there, you have to go through a very narrow road. But fortunately enough, that's land that is owned by the city. And we conducted a study on that level, and we found that the railway, the trains traveled at 40 level, and we are looking at 53 level. So it's going to be quite an elevation. So we won't have to spend money on making the railway go underground, but we could organically cover it up and make use of that space. So it's going to be a two-way street, or with 2 lanes. And building the road at 53 level, it's going to cover the railway, which is going to protect and shield the performance hall from the noise. And consultants that we brought with us found that the vibrations and also the noise from the railway is going to be an obstacle. But we found in Europe that a lot of art spaces, performance halls and art museums are located right next to railway. And we found that soundproofing walls are built at around 10 meters height. So first of all, we thought about the soundproofing walls. And second, we found that having the railway covered by our construction is going to be the best option. And we were talking earlier about 53 level and 46 level. That was also an element that we had a lot of considerations about. We worked with transportation consultants and experts in their areas. And we found that a canopy could be built that would serve both the performance hall and the art museum. So it would be a drop-off area. And there would also be skylights, and this could be an area for specific users, but we have to flesh out the details. One thing that I really want to avoid is a lot of buildings make lobbies and central plazas, but the car park is situated towards the back of the building, and so they're not really engaging the front of the building. When I drive to an important large building, I always have to drive straight away to the back and then take the lift upstairs. But those who are driving here and those who are taking a cab from Daejeon station, how they get off near the site, we wanted them not to go straight away to the car park. We wanted them to get off their vehicles at the central plaza. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation.
네, 두 번째 발표.
Thank you. We have just heard from the second presentation. Now we're going to go on to the third presentation, and that's going to be made by Zaha Hadid Architects. Let's welcome to the stage with a big round of applause.
So we're setting the stage. I'd like to give a short announcement. We have this presentation. Afterwards, we have Kengo Kuma and Associates presentation. And so after these two presentations will have a 10-minute break and then 3 more presentations, so please bear with us till the end.
Now, is the third team ready? Let's just give them a moment. So you have 15 minutes for your presentation and 15 minutes for your Q&A. So are you all using your interpretation receivers? Please put them on. Let's get started with the third team's presentation.
So the jury panelists have left the auditorium for a minute. As soon as they join us again, we will begin the presentation.
So channel number 1 on your interpretation receiver is Korean, channel number 2 is English. Have all the members of the jury come back? 1 more minute, please. So the third team's presentation is going to be made by Jaha Hadid. The fourth presentation is by Bekengo Kumar and Associates. And after the Q&A, there's going to be a break, and then we're going to go on to the fifth team and onwards. So thank you, and hope you stay until the end of the presentations. And please remember to return your interpretation receivers on your way out when you leave the venue. Let's just wait a few more minutes for the members of the jury to come back. I think we are ready to go. So let's now go on and give a big round of applause for Jaha Hadid and Architects.
It's a pleasure to be here in Daejeon to present our concept for the planning of the Daejeon Art Park. We believe Daejeon Art Park is an exceptional opportunity to create a spectacular cultural destination for the city, comprised of the state-of-the-art world-class performance halls, an art museum designed at the highest level of international standards, recreational and educational facilities, play spaces, and themed walks, all composed within a beautiful contemporary landscape on the banks of the Daejeon River. An exemplary cultural and art destination for the citizens of Daejeon. A highly permeable landscape radiates from central flower-shaped volumes. The flowing petals open up towards the Daejeon River front to maximize view and establish a unifying relationship with the river. Daejeon, Hanbat, represents a large field in pure Korean terms. The field, surrounded by mountains, forms a basin along the rivers of 3 rivers spawned from the mountains. During the 3 kingdoms, Daejeon was a city of fortresses. Today, Daejeon, frontier city, is the transportation hub that connects the central region with the major cities in the southeast and southwest regions. Daejeon, a city of science and technology, as well as administrative city. The site, located at the interface of the new and old city centers, by connecting these 2 centers with the adjacent nature, culture, and civic contexts, the current underutilized space is transformed into a dynamic cultural landmark within an active community focused on a linear park for the citizens of Daejeon. Dance is an integral component of our cultural investigations. The elegance of movement, costume, and color used in the dance. Daejeon Art Park will add to the current cultural facilities in the city, as well as planting cultural flowers at Daejeon Art Park. will offer an opportunity for unexpected and rewarding cultural experiences. Through our site visit, analysis and investigation, the integration of nature into the overall cultural composition became a priority. Continuity of the landscape and connection to the river and the primary access route for vehicles along Yudengcheongdong Road. However, a positive address is made with Daejeon Road. The rail lines to the east form a clear separation between the site and communities to the east. A new urban context is proposed, providing an expanded public realm to frame the new cultural facilities. Pedestrian and public transport access to the site must be greatly enhanced. From the east, from the new rail station, enhanced connection with the underpass along Yudengcheongdong Road, and new bus routes and stops would promote further public transport connectivity. Conceptually, we have drawn inspiration from the white magnolia flower, representing friendship and elegance, as well as the Bu Chaitum fan dance to compose a distinct entity for the Performance Hall and City Museum. A dual fluid and dynamic composition of petals. The concept of hyangju has driven our sensitivity, the act of enjoying pleasure in the experience of art, in music and in nature, experience and enjoying Korean culture. Compositionally, we have positioned the Performance Hall and the Second City Museum near the center of the site. And we believe by positioning them together closely, we energize the site as well as the synergies created between the two cultural volumes. The primary access route, pedestrian route, a grand route from the bridge and planned new rail station, splits the volumes, directing views through the composition. Pavilions are located amongst the park landscape. The volumes are split further, analogous to the petals of the magnolia flower and traditional Korean fan, creating greater porosity. River-facing volumes lower in height to reduce the overall mass to reveal large windows to the river and the city. The park landscape is informed by the petals that emerge from the ground, merging with the flow of the river. Undulating and dynamic, pavilions are blended into the landscape. The composition is further refined and expanded. The land segment east of the rail lines potentially integrated, forming a larger park landscape. Daejeon Art Park has been influenced by the dynamics of the site, the flow of the Yudechong River, and relationship with the mountain terrain of the wider Daejeon environment. Movement flows from the river and mountain topography merge with the park landscape, forming access and circulation routes. The recognition and influence of the geography of the wider region has operated as a guide to our approach. The region's nature, Daejeon's basin-shaped terrain surrounded by mountains, the landscape informed by the natural terrain. Respecting the cultural history by adding to the wider cultural offer fosters greater cultural and natural connectivity with the old and the new city. Using topography as well to create a suitable acoustic environment for all the activities at the art park. Forming meaningful and intuitive connections between the park, the river, and adjacent areas to the east. Integrating the site with river ecology by using the landform to actively balance water retention and detention, offering a natural solution to urban environmental challenges. Using passive and active environmental design strategies, volumetric response to solar exposure, maximizing natural daylight, and for the wider landscape, enhanced biodiversity and water management. Integrating a diverse range of cultural and artistic programs into the park, music garden, fountains, wetland playgrounds, as well as a number of event spaces and dedicated themed routes within the park. We have developed an urban forest model based on a local ecosystem of indigenous species of trees and vegetation overlaid on the existing landscape. Community planting programs such as tree planting events would support a model where the park is created, nurtured, and grown through community participation, creating a microclimate to reduce local temperatures and wind, encouraging use and enjoyment for all. Daejeon Art Park forms a potent relationship with the Yudachong River, informed by the presence and the movement of the river. The riverbank is a natural extension to the park landscape, a dramatic setting for the cultural program of art and music in a stunning natural environment. Due to the severance features of the rail lines, east-west connectivity must be greatly enhanced between districts to the east and the art park. The existing footbridge has the potential to be transformed into a generous land bridge to better connect the proposed rail station as well as creating a larger landscape encapsulating the vehicle storage area to the east of the rail lines. A central space and movement route is located between the two major volumes. An outdoor performance plaza nestled between the two cultural buildings is positioned at the heart of the composition, framed a focused view corridor to Daejeon New City and the government complex across the Yudachong River landscape. The building's influence extends across the Yudachong Dongro, suggesting a pause in the street traffic and making a meaningful connection to the river landscape. The land at the north is raised to meet the level of Daejeon Ro to enable a positive connection to the street. The new landscape to the south reflects the influence of the river. Again, fluid and dynamic. The undulating landform rises to embrace the pavilions, enabling paths that overlook onto the river landscape and New City. A series of pauses, moments in the park landscape. Reflecting pools are formed as shadows of the petals. To the south, shallow terracing pools are created for play and recreation. An outdoor amphitheater is located between the pavilions, and additional pedestrian connections across the Yudachong Dongro are suggested at the south. Specific to the Performance Hall and the Second City Art Museum, visitor and VIP drop-offs are located directly in front of the vehicle entrances. Service access is located via ramps to the basement on either side of the Performance Hall and Museum. The existing pedestrian tunnel is maintained, ideally connected to the rail station. The first floor of both the Performance Hall and Art Museum are positioned at level approximately 47, which is just above street level. The internal program of the Performance Hall and Second City Art Museum are enclosed within the overall shell volumes. Pavilions are located in the park landscape to the south. The music performance venue is organized to support the efficient operation and engaged use by audiences, performers, technicians, and staff. The main performance hall must be a world-class venue for symphonic and all music performances. Hall geometry has been optimized to accommodate a broad range of repertoires, from solo to large symphonic performance. Separate administration and performance circulation and servicing access is located in the basement. Access to the music-only performance facility is from the west, directly opposite the drop-off and entrance plaza. Visitors and patrons are greeted by a substantial foyer volume, the focal point of the radial composition, accommodating a feature stair, lifts, information kiosk, and ticketing facilities. Main circulation routes are defined by gaps in the pedal segments, which benefit from natural daylight to enhance intuitive wayfinding. Clear, secure lines divide house operations from public-facing activities, high-quality spaces for artists and performers. The performance hall is a space optimized to bring audience and artists together for a shared experience in the magic of music. Second through level 4 plans comprise access to the main performance hall, including upper circles, the chamber hall, artists, and rehearsal space and technical production. We have adopted a similar volumetric approach to the Second City Art Museum. Exhibition galleries, education space, administration, and storage areas are stacked within the volume. A generous lobby foyer greets visitors opposite the main drop-off zone. Reception, information, and shop are located within the foyer. Permanent and special exhibition spaces are located on level 1. Staff access is located at the south, along with a second lobby, food and beverage, and storage. Education spaces, lounge, cafe, restaurant, bar, and common areas are located on level 2. Administration spaces at level 3. As well as with the performance hall, circulation routes are made intuitive through skylit gaps in the pedal segments at the edges of the galleries, transparent by day, and glowing seams through the pedal composition at night. The Daejeon Art Park rises out of the landscape, stretching across the site, engaging the riverbank. The wings of the building open up to reveal maximum visibility and interaction with the landscape. A distinct response to the site. The building volumes reveal large windows that offer spectacular views of the river and the city. Creating a space for performance, a space for entertainment and recreation, a space to reflect and dream. A harmonious connection between culture and landscape embedded in the culture of Daejeon, a fluid landform that integrates music, performance, art, education, recreation, and play for the entire Daejeon community. Hyangyu, elegant and peaceful, one with nature, pleasure in the engagement of art and music, experiencing and enjoyment in Korean culture. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. That will be it for the presentation. The members of the jury, please go ahead with your questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really wonderful to see and watch the presentation. I could see a clear strategy of your project of how to connect the site or your project to the east side of the site. Could you explain a bit more about your strategy, how you are thinking about the western side of the site, including the neighborhoods across the river, as well as the river side by the site? Because I can see some landscape design or the landscape coming out from the plaza in the middle to the river, but at the same time that's also the drop-off zone, right? So that's something that I would like to hear more about your strategy and idea.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, we've proposed a kind of a grand space, more like a shared space immediately in front of the Performance Hall and Second City Art Museum. So that is the main connection to the river. We haven't proposed bridges or anything across the river intentionally. I think that those are quite optimistic to think that they're going to happen, but I know that other schemes have said that or have presented that. To the south, it's not apparent in the diagrams and in the images, but everywhere where we show connections, hopefully everybody can hear me, to the kind of where the landscape kind of moves around, that there's a connection across the site, across the river. Thank you. Across the river, so that there would be similar kind of connections from these points. This is the main connection in front of because we think that's where most of the connections will happen. But as well, there should be greater connectivity that is suggested between the landscape at the south. So at those points, and equally the street could become more like a shared surface in its entirety. So there is kind of this equal priority for pedestrians, for cyclists, for vehicles, so they have to kind of make eye contact to then negotiate that space themselves.
I also have a question for the connectivity that you're describing. So my question is more about the ecological connectivity. I mean, you integrate a lot of blue and green infrastructure, which I think is great, but it seems to focus on the site itself. So what I'm missing a bit, but correct me if I'm wrong in my reading, is the connection to the river. And I'm talking not about, people moving, but ecology, right? So essentially that the smaller ecological moves that you make in the site become part of a larger blue and green infrastructure that exists in the city.
Yeah, that's right. Excuse me. The idea with our landscape consultants is that we would try to integrate the water flows on the site with the river. So water that then can flow underneath the street, so that I know that currently there's a trough running along the site. So integrating that both the biodiversity of the landscape, of the planting, but as well the water. So managing the water on the site, but as well allowing that connectivity of water between our site and the river, whether that's through underground pipe work, whatever then empties out into the river. I think we need to be cautious about ensuring that any of that, say, polluted water isn't immediately dumped into the river, but that needs to be managed with further refinement of the scheme.
I have questions. Most of all, I think that may I see the rendering, the eye level, like a pinkish one? Yeah, this one. Yeah. I think the main idea of your project is the wow factor in the context of Daejeon. Have you seen many buildings in Korea before?
Yes.
Yeah, you brought this big idea and bold idea here in Daejeon. Why do you do that? Why did you do that?
We think it needs to have a statement. If you know our work, then that's how we work. You know who we are. I mean, we've done Daejeon Design Plaza in Seoul. So it's a very clear statement of a building that merges well with the landscape as well. There was a lot of constraints with the with the city wall that runs through the site. And then during I don't want to dwell on Daejeon, but during the construction, there was a lot of cultural relics that were uncovered. So the park had to be redesigned to facilitate the display of all those features. But I think that to raise the profile of the site and perhaps even the city, that it needs to have a very bold statement. And I think the performance venue as well as the Second City Art Museum are the place to do that on this site. So I think the site is an appropriate opportunity to build a facility like this, which has a strong identity, which makes a statement that Daejeon it's raising its profile in the country.
Thank you for your endeavor. Yeah.
Yeah.
네, 질문해 주시죠.
Yes, question please.
Thank you for your presentation. It's very beautiful images and iconic buildings you propose. And I really I love the landscapes, kind of waving and integrated building and landscape together. But I have one question to ask. I'm just curious. You have two huge, important facilities together. Why? What is the kind of strategy or design intent behind to putting two big masses close to the main road, access road, and also kind of very close to each other? I understand you're providing very strong visual access, right? But I'd love to listen to your further explanation of your design logics.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite intentional to place the two volumes in very close proximity, and that's so that the facilities they maximize that synergy between the facilities as well as the interaction. So if people come for one facility, then maybe they visit the other, and it isn't a long distance between those two facilities. It's very much seen as a composition of those two elements. And then that route between encapsulates a space where it becomes an outdoor performance space as well as a circulation route between. So the plaza is quite tight as well to create that kind of that friction, that tension between the composition. And then that is intentional such that then it is, like I said, trying to maximize that synergy between those two cultural facilities.
네, 더 질문 없으실까요?
No further questions?
네, 없으면
If not, we will end the presentation here. Thank you so much for your presentation. Another big round of applause
감사합니다.
for the Zaha Architects. So thank you very much. Now we will go on to the fourth presentation, and it's going to be by Genko Kuma Associates. Let's welcome them to the stage with a big round of applause. So please.
As mentioned earlier, after this presentation, we will have a short break for 10 minutes. So after this presentation, we'll have a 10-minute break, and then the fifth presentation will be given by UN Studio. We would like to listen to the fourth presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Won Sung-hyun. I work at Genko Kuma Association, and we have Laj Fogner, a partner at our firm. And we also have Kansam Architects Kim Dae-won, who is the local agency here in Korea. So first of all, I would just like to say that we're very happy to be participating in this really grand competition. The Genko Kuma around the world, under the theme of harmony with the nature, is being inspired by nature. And so we want a sustainable architecture, and we also want to be close to the ecosystem. And so even at this art park, competition, we would like to bring out the beauty of Daejeon, and we want to integrate it with the cultural aspects. And so we have come up with a very unique kind of proposal for you. So let's see what cultural facilities can do and integrate with the urban areas. So please, let's look at the video, concept video from
The
Kenkokura.
future of culture and art complex is not necessarily to be a superior existence like what the world already had in last decades. It can be an intimate urban oasis, giving people warmth and strength. So Daejeon city would have a unique, tailor-made landmark which could be used and being loved by Daejeon people. Daejeon, known as an iconic place for Korean cutting-edge science and technology, at the same time an incredibly place of beautiful natural landscape. The city is formed by mountains and rivers, which gives Daejeon an unique organic topography around Daejeon Lake. So concept of our proposal is about to bring the unique nature of Daejeon back into the city, to merge people's colorful daily life into our design using new technology, to create a soft landmark only belongs to Daejeon. So for the master plan design, before we put any building into the site, we try to bring this unique landscape back to the city. A citizen-friendly park with full of Daejeon's nature identities comes first, and architectures are woven into the park like a river flows through rocks and hills. Architecture here is a media to bring visitors closer to park, to connect people and nature, so people could visit the culture art complex. When they jogging in the morning, so walking to the station after their work, enjoying the family time in the weekend. For the music hall, we designed it into one part of the landscape which corresponds with Daejeon's mountains feature, the gentle curves and rugged stone. And we try to reveal this nature element into a modern architecture with cutting-edge green technologies, not only sharing the nature form, but also having a leading performance and providing high-level convenience to people. For the museum and art pavilion, we are not trying to design a separate volume standing inside the landscape, so we hope the museum itself is one part of the landscape, to merge the building into the park, to integrate citizen daily life, art and nature. The circulation museum is blended into the park pedestrians, so people could start the journey of exploring museum from a very natural approach. And with the high technology assistance, the operation of this unique museum could be noticeable, smooth. The museum itself could also be one part the exhibit to show the world leading technology by the Daejeon should be proud of. The new culture and art complex in Daejeon will be a model of the integration of art, technology, nature, and community. We are aiming to create a unique space only for people in Daejeon to inherit the beautiful story of this land.
So Huruda means the flowing, just like this stream that flows across Daejeon city. We have water that flows, music that flows, and a place where people also flow in and gather. And so that's why we have titled our project Huruda. And this master plan also has a main theme. And we have drawn the flow of the river, and that was basically the concept behind our design. So we are aiming for three things. We want structures that can only be seen by Daejeon, something that we use into the daily lives, and also act as a soft landmark for the future. So Daejeon has to be convenient, so it gives us science and technology, but it also provides us 8 great sceneries and landscapes. And so we wanted to focus on the landscape and the scene, and we had thought about how that could integrate into the cultural facilities. So let's now delve into the details of the site.
안녕하세요. Thank you for everybody for being here. I'm Balaj. I'm a partner at Kengo Kuma and Associates, and it's an honor to be here. So thank you to the people of Daejeon. If I leave you with one question, that is, when we're thinking about it, you heard from my partner Kengo Kuma about the intimacy and the everyday life that we can bring by all these special characteristics for Daejeon. And for us, it is the question of what if this place is Daejeon's landscape for living, for the arts, for sciences, for being together. I think what we are talking about is a question of Daejeon's identity. And from this, we're talking about the very strong tradition of nature in terms of science, research, education. It's a very strong tradition. The second aspect is about its characteristics. And we saw the history about it being defined by mountains and rivers. Very strong combination and very unusual, and it's happening here. We think that this is the possibility, the power of Daejeon's place. It could be a model for 21st century society. Here you see on screen a diagram that is approximately trying to describe this harmony or a productive relationship between the city, its surroundings, nature, and architecture. And this blend is taking place here. Let's look at that a little bit more in detail. So there we have the relationship between the city and nature, Daejeon and its surroundings, and of course the distinctive quality that nature is in the city and the city is in nature. Let's look at a series of horizontal layers, the first of which is defined by the ecology of water. And in this, you can see these small circles. We're imagining introducing various kinds of water, ponds, the adjacent river in its various characteristics, wetlands. The idea is to introduce the first layer as a means of diversity. The second ecology has to do with a series of the topographical forms, the landscape. It has to do with the hills. It has to do with everything, how we're shaping potentially small, well-scaled, human-scaled spaces, and this includes local vegetation. When we talk about access to the site, we know that there is going to be a planned railway line for which we are taking advantage to the connection, to the adjacency. And for us, that has very much to do with arriving to the site. We know that in this case, there might be potential connections across. They're existing and also introduced. Here, the X's mark the destinations. For us, we have also consideration for the potential noise. And here, noise is more like a boundary, too. So we're thinking about these landforms and vegetations, the water as a kind of white noise in the background, as a way of integrating and masking the sounds of the city, both desirable and also introducing new desirable ones. What this ends up doing when we layer together water, topography, a response to the surroundings, we create the possibility for a series of well-scaled microclimates that are defined a little bit by the varying cycles in nature according to the way in which we might, and if you follow along with these circles, a kind of cycle with regard to nature, the harmony. We talk about treating the water as a filtration. We can manage heat and maybe also suggest ways in which we tune the local vegetation to address air purification. So here you can see a sense of the scale coming down. It's a very long site, it's 1 kilometer long, but we are looking at this as a continuity of a series of really beautiful, small scaled spaces. What we're suggesting on this slide is an embrace of the seasonal variety of the vegetation. You can see multiple colors there. So when people come back, they come back over through the different seasons. The vegetation might be planned in such a way that there is a reason for things to bloom and create variety and atmosphere all the way throughout. The utilization of this space has very much to do with an opportunity for further variety. And here what we're talking about is that as one wanders through and takes a walk through the landscape, you can encounter things such as sculptures, art, places for sports, places to play, places to stay, places to spend time with each other. Diversity is really important to us, but as you can tell, the way that this is panning down from the city down to this inhabitable park for living, unification is also really quite important to us. You can see here the presence is modest, but it's fitting. When we look a little bit closer at some of the detail, and now you might be wondering a bit about the roofscape, what we are suggesting to you is that we are relying on normal and accepted conventional construction systems, two-way concrete slabs that have been shaped according to function and topography. And then the roof is covered by local stone, local materials, the flora of the area, the surroundings. So here you can see that in its perspective. We are very interested in experience. Life is happening above, through, across, and in between. Let's talk a little bit about the zoning. Here you can see that overall the unification is there, but just by highlighting the colors, you have the pink for the performance hall, the purple for the city museum, and a series of pavilions. We've got 3 main zones with 4 key areas blending in between. They all vary according to mood, character, and scale. But ultimately, it's one of continuity. And here you can see this view across. We see the rhythm, the verticality. It has very much to do with a kind of low, long, extended kind of presence. And for us, what's really important is that we can see the layers. This is Daejeon. This is nature, city, nature, city, nature. Let's look very briefly at some of these. Now, just to give you the orientation, north is to the left. There's our overall park and the kind of perimeter there. We are intending to keep all of the access points at the edges. And what we are hoping to do is to control traffic by way of signaling so that you keep the traffic flow in and away at key access points. We are introducing these entries and exits so as to manage this in a really straightforward and reasonable way. So what this means is that by keeping the traffic to the sides and slowing it down, we might have a zone where traffic is not only reduced, but maybe even slowed. What this allows for us, and this is the key aspect, is a connection across the road in a way that's really quite everyday, human, and kind of normal. And here we can imagine extending the activities across the road to take advantage of the riverside. We can think about markets, we can think about picnics, we can think about festivals and events. We are able to do this by keeping everything down below, and that has to do with the parking, it has to do with the access to the museum, it also has to do with the guest entries from below. And then really what we're suggesting is that we leave everything over to a really quite beautiful, quiet, iconic landscape. Let's take a look at from above. Here we can see access points flowing all the way through. Really what we're suggesting is that this is really kind of a blend in through. This is an access from the railway here. Interior planning has to do with the functional definition of the halls, but everything around it has to do with a kind of free flow, soft border. The lobbies are this way. It's always defined by flow, by softness, and being immediately accessible to the surroundings of nature. And on the inside, what we're trying to do is to keep a focus on world-class music and performance here in the large hall, as you've seen, and maybe in the smaller chamber hall. At the roof, we know that we're keeping this spirit of connecting across from the city to the riverside. There's a rooftop cafe and the fly loft for the grand performance hall. And really, even though that looks like a kind of simple diagram, we're interested in the blend of the architecture in its surroundings. Let's go over very quickly to the museum, and my partner Kengo Kuma has introduced some of these ideas. But here you can see that the key difference has to do with the way in which all the spaces flow through. This is almost like a village in a landscape of art. So when you're coming through, it's very well scaled, very human. And then what we're suggesting is that the programs, the galleries on the inside are normal, and the relationship to the outside is always malleable and flexible, very easily accessible to the outside. There you have a view of the surrounding lobby space, always a buffer to nature. So you always feel like you're never fully inside, never fully outside. And you can feel this as well at some of these kind of border conditions. They're very low, long, curvilinear eaves that come down. The scale is very cozy, very warm. It's always about light, the simplicity of our experience in nature. We're interested in those as coming around for a sense of presence, a sense of intimacy here in an evening view. We are aware of how this would look throughout the season. So for example, in the height of winter, everything's muted and quiet and beautiful. We're interested in elegance. We're interested in an everyday calm, everyday life of Daejeon. We are interested in a sense of wonder and magic. We are interested in knowing how that is achieved by linking architecture and nature. And we would suggest that maybe Daejeon's future is natural. We are interested in the way in which all of its special characteristics flow together to create a distinctive, specific sense of place only for Daejeon. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We would like to take questions from the jury panel. So the jury panel seems to be collecting their thoughts. As soon as they're ready, we will have the questions.
Thank you for a very beautiful, poetic presentation. My first question is really just to clarify how you're going to deal with the road, right? In most of the renderings, you show it as completely pedestrianized. Is that correct, that reading? I think there was one rendering where you show cars at night.
Yes.
So maybe you can elaborate a little bit on that, because that seems to be a major move that you're making, right? That essentially you're getting rid of the road as it is now.
Indeed, and probably subject to further study in potential ensuing stages, but it's a good question, and I appreciate that. I think the intent is really to give over a sector of that for everyday pedestrian or kind of bicycle experience, something that feels a little bit more scaled to the human. As I'm really a visitor to the city and my experience is probably less nuanced, but I think that seems to be a fairly predominant need. It could be really quite a big benefit in seeing kind of an ebb and flow in how that might work. And again, it sounds a little bit dry to talk about perhaps traffic signals and those kinds of logistical coordinations, but that would be really quite a pivotal conversation to be having. Thank you.
Thank you again for the great presentation, and I think it was very clear. And as you might have expected, I cannot skip asking about the roofscape. I was just wondering, what's the big idea of that striking roofscape that you're proposing? Whether is it a part of the strategy to make a wilderness along with the landscapes that you're proposing, or is it still a kind of, let's say, a different type of architectural material to cover the roof so that it's not part of the ecosystem, but it's more of a visual, let's say, effect. That's something that I would like to hear more about.
Yeah, thank you for that question, and I hope I'm understanding it correctly. It's probably the former in the way that you're asking it. It's probably an extension of the ecologies. I think we're looking for it as a support system to really foster not only just local materials, but also local vegetation, something that really draws the landscape through, the surrounding landscape through reintroducing it back into the city. A little bit as Mr. Kuma was explaining, but I think we're not looking for exotic solutions. I think maybe the shape language feels like it could be potentially new when we talk about architecture, but in reality what we're thinking about it is more of a kind of landscape, inhabited landscape. Again, as I'd mentioned a little bit with those basic terms of through, on, under, across. So it's like that. I hope that addresses it, at least in broad terms. Thank you.
I'm very impressed of the presentation based on the deep understanding of Korean landscape and the idea and then the strategy of the architecture strategy begins from the beginning and to the end. Can we go to the slide of the museum lobby?
Sure. Would you like the perspective or the plan?
The interior.
Okay, one moment, please. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, I think the ceiling detail in the slide. Sorry, I think the two previous one. Yeah. Yes.
Oh, this one. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
This is the museum. Yeah, the city,
Yeah.
second city museum.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. So the ceiling detail is really, when I see this, the interior shot, I was really impressed that your strategy brings to the end with the architectural detail at the end. So if there is any another architecture elements or the features or the space that has this kind of a similar great ideas continuity, please explain more. Yeah.
I think we would take that to heart. Thank you for the comment. We're always looking for ways in which there's a consistent, rigorous idea carried all the way through the architecture. And for us, in this case, it comes to material and detail, as you've picked up. I think that should be something that everybody can experience and kind of see when you walk into a place. And we can talk as architects about the technical resolution, and at the master plan stage, I mean, everything is wide open, but if we think about it more in experiential terms, what we are interested in is a kind of effect of understanding the specific light conditions here, the atmospherics. And here, this is just an example. This is the ceiling, the soffit detail in the museum. But we also have the sense of flow in the other lobby for the performance hall. But we would like to make sure that there's a kind of different character that's manifest. So we don't always do the same detail. We don't always do the same kind of material each time. What we're hoping to do is, especially when you understand in subsequent stages the specifics of how this block relates to its immediate surroundings, that might give hints about how this gets developed with more specificity. I know I'm speaking in vague terms because I think at the start of this journey together, it would really be like that. And I think you're raising questions that would probably be best explored in due time. But I think for us, that kind of consistency, the continuity from large scale to small scale is really, really important. Thank you.
Next question, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your endeavor. It's great work and very impressive, and it's really poetic work. But it's just your project is remind me of the Jeju Island that Keiko Kumar realized maybe the basalt stone is on the loop, right? You know, Lotte Art Villas. So I think it's very similar work, but I'm just wondering that you office are very deeply understanding the climate in Korea, and then the using of stone on the loop also is very deeply related with this experience. So could you just explain about your experience? So why we have to use the the heavy material like stone on the roof. This is quite a very big issue because this is the stage of master planning. So that's the reason we will choose the master planner who gonna manage this project to
Indeed.
push to the end. And the next stage is we have to select the music hall architect and the museum architect. So maybe we expect that there's some kind of a small conflict between the master plan design and the architecture design in detail, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just explain about this kind of strategy.
Yeah.
Overall. Thank you.
Thank you as well. There's always the tension between trying to do something distinctive, beautiful, and new for a location, and then the realization of it. I think you're right to pick up on our kind of earlier experiments in Jeju Island, and I think for us it's the confidence in knowing that we've done some similar techniques before, but as you can tell, the scale, the space, the combination of some of the other characteristics of Daejeon are really particular to the location. When we talk about the roofscape as the heavy material of stone, the effect, we're looking at a different slide here, but maybe the next one we can just look at it so everybody can see. The effect is something that we're after. And in some of the other larger images, you can see that maybe the density of the stone has been pulled apart. So you can see its presence, but it's not this heavy, dense deploying thing. There was an earlier diagram with the layering of how the systems would be able to support. And again, kind of our mentality is that we hope to deploy recognizable, knowable construction systems that have been layered in maybe a different way. I hope this is at least a high-level answer to your question, so thank you.
질문 드리겠습니다.
I have a question as well. So in your presentation, I really enjoyed listening to your presentation. It was really fascinating. However, I didn't see very robust logic and rationale because I was rather feeling rather than understanding your presentation. So it's based more on emotion and feeling rather than logic. So that is what makes it very unique and also different and special. So what you're proposing is a space for culture and art and nature and recreation. So we really don't need a logical explanation behind that. However, it's too different, too special, and I think it's going to take audacious effort. And we have to think whether this is going to be the best option for us. And to look at the outcomes of Kengo Kuma and Associates' work, of course, we have full faith in the technique, and yes, we're very confident in your the end result. But my question is about this requires a lot of courage to take on this endeavor, and perhaps you could give some words of encouragement for us to take on this challenge.
That is the heart of the matter, isn't it? If hopefully the translation worked, it's really a wonderful translation. Audacity is worthwhile for our future generations. I understand the kind of emotive quality of it, and with thanks to the entire team, there's a lot of deep thought in how the systems work. Unfortunately, we only have 15 minutes together with you, so we could talk about the technical aspects, but I think really, before I pass the microphone to my colleague Juan here, I think it's that kind of courage or boldness of vision is not just for the image of Daejeon, but also for the future generations. And I'm talking about my kids. I'm talking about the people who are younger than us who come and see and they live and have hope every day. So I know again this is not a rational response, but allow me to pass the microphone.
So first of all, thank you for having faith in us. And I can say, yes, that's right. There's a lot of connectivity, there's the urban characteristics, but we focused on the cultural facilities, and we wanted to create Daejeon-only space that Daejeon residents could love using relevant materials. So that's why we have resorted to Onyang stone, so that maybe Daejeon residents will also be able to remember the stones and the buildings in the long run. And we want them to always be able to come back to view these structures.
Thank you very much for that presentation. It's very unique and special. I have one question. So the rocks that are put on that volume and regarding the sedimentary terrain, that kind of rock on the roofs might stand out from the surrounding environment. So was that deliberate to make it different from the surrounding terrain?
Yeah, sure. No, thank you. I think at the early stage of image making, there's a balance between how much you wild it and how much time you spend doing the research on the vegetation. So I think the balance between sort of merging into nature, which is a kind of down-to-earth approach, and then the iconography, something that the general public can say, wow, this is where we are. That's a balance that probably takes more time than the 8-week exercise. But I think for us, it's our intent that we have a sense of the wildness of nature, that it's not pristine, that it's standing out. It might be that way in the beginning, but as time takes over, there might be a softening of how that takes place. Anything else to add?
And to add on to that point, because this is Daejeon, Daejeon is about the cutting edge technology and science. But cutting edge always becomes outdated very quickly, and we focused more on the constancy in Daejeon. What is always constant in Daejeon? We focused on the surrounding natural environment and the hills that are surrounding Daejeon. So we wanted to gradually introduce the surrounding hills into our project site. Any other questions?
If not, we will end the presentation here. Thank you for your presentation. Big round of applause. So we're going to have a 10-minute break. It's been quite a long afternoon. Thank you very much for bearing with us. So it's now 4:15. After a 10-minute break, we'd like to restart after 10 minutes, but please be back in about 5 minutes so we can prepare for the next presentation.
I ask the fifth presentation team, UN Studio, to please have their presentation prepared because we will be beginning at 4:20.
Those of you who will be presenting later, you can see that coming up to the stage and going down from the stage is also taking time. So I would like to ask our staff to help the presenters to be able to quickly come onto the stage and go off the stage as quickly as possible. And please have your computers ready. And if you can, try to simplify the use of the computer as much as possible so we can speed up the process.
Short announcement. We are 22 past 4. We'd like to begin with the next presentation at 4:25. I ask the participants to please take their seats now. Repeat my announcement. Kindly ask all of the participants who are out in the lobby and standing up in the back of the auditorium, please join us in taking your seats, and the jury panelists are also invited to please take their seats. Thank you. Repeat my announcement. Public presentations for design competition for Daejeon Art Park. The latter half will begin soon. I kindly ask the people standing at the back of the auditorium to please take their seats, and the jury panelists are also invited to take their seats. The next presentation, you in studio, please also prepare to give your presentation. Thank you. We'd like to recommence with the presentations. Please take your seats. Thank you for your cooperation so we can move on with the presentations. Please take your seats. Thank you. As soon as the jury panelists are all seated, we'd like to begin right away.
Very honored to be part of this very amazing competition here as an international architect. Well, I say international architect, but in fact, my firm has been present here in South Korea for over 20 years, and we actually have almost full-time presence here. But of course, we always work with many different local partners who are so important to the work that we do. So also this time, many, many thanks to our partner architects here. So let me just give you a very brief introduction to our concept. The concept title we have chosen as a driver is Unison. It is a musical term. If you have ever been to a soccer match or a baseball match in an arena and you hear everyone singing, thousands of people at the same time, that is what unison is. You cannot sing in perfect tune, perfect time, perfect harmony. It is about a lot of different people coming together from different places, but being together. And if you have experienced, you will know that it is a beautiful sound, full of feeling. So that is really what we would eventually hope that we can bring to Daejeon. But for now, we have focused very much on the master plan. Of course, we want to also bring our architecture to you, but for now, we feel at this stage we took your brief very seriously and focused on a master plan that is flexible, that is rational, and that in many ways is also realistic, also budget-wise. One of the main ideas of the master plan is to have a big, big central open space, a park-like space for celebrations larger and smaller. It can be divided up into more intimate spaces, but it can also be, if you really want to use it for a large event, it is actually the size 2.5 times of Seoul Square right now. So it's a real public square. What this means automatically is that we go for 2 buildings instead of 1. And this also, again, is part of our realistic approach. 2 buildings make it possible, if you were to wish so, to have more than 1 architect, but also for the phasing of construction, it is a big advantage. And then, well, as I said, of course, we would eventually want to make for Daejeon a wonderful icon. But what is an icon? To us, and especially in this case, it is not an object. An icon is a series of spaces that are lived and animated through the experience of people, through their senses. That is what an iconic experience is. So our approach in actually all our work is to start by focusing very much about people's movement and flow. And in this case of the Art Center, we think very central to that will be those inside-outside experiences. We think that they have a wonderful cultural component, also culturally specific, we would hope, but also to do with the togetherness of culture as a celebration for the city. I'm going to leave my introduction here, and my colleague from the Netherlands, Mark Salemink, an architect, will take over and explain to you our thoughts in more detail.
guide you more in detail through the master plan. For the Daejeon Art Park, we envision a revitalization of the entire urban area. It should connect the city, the waterfront, and also the station together. We asked ourselves hereby, how can we make Daejeon a city to enjoy, or even to enjoy more? Each of the buildings will have their own quality related to the outdoor spaces. They don't function as autonomous buildings, but intend to have a series of outdoor performance areas and plazas. These public spaces bring more to the city than just local events. They are regional, and they offer events throughout each of the different seasons. A master plan strategy around three key pillars connecting the city inside out. One is the continuation of the eco-network, a continuation of the already existing rivers and green urban spaces. The second is a mobility network, because the rail network will not only connect Daejeon to Korea, but also to the rest of the world. And lastly, an impactful architecture which will draw people to Daejeon and also to stay there. The Daejeon Art Park will attract visitors to stay longer in the city. It should be really a place for everyone. For this, we developed 3 different content pillars, as we called it. Flexible performance spaces, which could change from classical music to K-pop to attract visitors from all different ages. The content will be highly seasonal, so the outdoor program can vary all year round, and also to attract visitors to come back over and over again. And the content will connect to the city's identity of science and education. It will have the identity as city of creation. Besides a cultural center, we expand on these 2 key factors which will define Daejeon: the spatial connection with the railway network and the creation of an eco-network connecting to the existing green fabric. Smart infrastructure connections link the art park to the station and the rest of the city. At the center, there will be the mobility plaza, which connects the station directly to the waterfront. The main plaza is really the central node in the entire master plan. We have these eco-bridges which connect to the waterfront and the other side of the city, one high eco-bridge and one lower eco-bridge. And throughout the master plan, we program different types of functions, such as camping zones, which really make people to stay and to come back to the city. These different outdoor spaces and also pavilions are located throughout the site to activate not one area, but really the entire site from north to south. Also, we have designed an eco platform, which has a seamless connection from the station to the waterfront, which really connects the city side with the waterfront and the station together. This also links the river park with the green art park throughout the master plan. By separating the buildings, we created a so-called polycentric network. This network of outdoor plazas, which will activate the entire site with the mobility plaza and the connection to the station in its center. These outdoor areas are designed to accommodate very large audiences and provide unique experience merging arts with nature. They will offer a very versatile platform for various cultural activities and community gatherings, and will contribute to the vibrancy of the cultural landscape, attracting visitors and locals alike. For example, here you see one of these outdoor platforms where outdoor performances can be held from the inside performance hall. Going more into detail into the second City Art Museum. Art has the power to connect people and bring people together. The Art Museum will be a place for everyone to experience this, and the journey already starts when visitors arrive by train. For the future of the Second City Art Museum, we see the opportunity to create very lively and interactive spaces in which art and technology can be experienced in new ways. Parts of the museum already open up to the public to show what is happening inside. The building is organized around a sequence of spaces that together form a holistic visitor experience. Different touch points where art meet digital installations. From the main lobby and the void, all the different various exhibition rooms and experience workshops can be accessed. As mentioned before, the interior really opens up to the public, making it a very open and inviting building. Also, the public roof landscape is a continuation of the outdoor landscape. And at the ground plaza, we open up to different sites to really connect it to the urban fabric. The museum already starts at the same level as the main plaza, where also all the restaurants and shops are located. A grand open space draw visitors really inside the building, and they find their way up into the different exhibition rooms. The big sphere in the middle, which we currently designed, houses the experience center, which is not only an attraction when people approach, but also has an experience room inside the sphere. For now, we have separated also all the visitors flow from the separate entrance from the surface, so they can completely surface independently from each other. Also, on the higher floors, the different exhibition rooms are located on the top side, and here you will see the more experience workshops located, but also open up to the outside. And again, within the center, the main sphere attraction point to draw people in. The museum goes far beyond a traditional art museum. It will be a place for culture and social experience for the whole community, dedicated to experience science and technology. We designed the museum as a hybrid space, combining areas for exhibition and social spaces together with the experience workshops. The art museum will become a place with something to enjoy for everyone. It will become a new urban destination, expanding on the role of a traditional museum, and it will become a new space for the entire community. And now we go more in detail into the music performance hall. The city's infrastructure is directly linked with the buildings. As you will see here, one of the eco-bridges leading towards the music hall. One of these bridges even connects through the performance hall, where the public already has a first glance of seeing inside what is happening in the theater lobby. It also directly connects to the overpass and to the train station, connecting the entire plaza together. From the central plaza, there's a grand entrance for visitors leading up to the main lobby, which you will see in red, and in green, the eco-bridge connecting through the music hall, connecting to the overpass and the cultural plaza. Oops. The main lobby is connected to the entrance, which is located on the ground level, where all the entrances are, where guests can find their way to the different theater halls. Also here we have dedicated service corps functioning independently from the service areas. Here you see a plan of how the bridge circulation works and the circulation linked to the theaters. The larger 2,000-seat transformable performance hall has also the possibility of changing the configuration depending on the type of performance. It becomes highly flexible and can change from classic to K-pop. When visitors enter the lobby, it is really in a different world. It is seen and be seen. The smaller 400-seat chamber hall has a completely different atmosphere, very warm, intimate, and has the possibility to open up. You see here the backstage, which can really opens up to the outside plaza. So this side of the chamber hall can be opened, and we imagine this plaza to be very lively and active, possible for outdoor performance areas. All the restaurants are located towards the water side, really activating the full water zone. It brings a lot of vitality to the park and creates a new type of ecosystem to the city.
Here we design with the future in mind. And that means that for our cultural projects, that we combine cultural functions with additional and commercial programs and activities that can change over time. We believe that art specifically has the power to bring people together. It inspires, it teaches, and it fosters communities. The Daejeon Art Park will be a place to experience this power over art and more. Our ambition is to weave together the fragmented city of Daejeon through, we could say, a network of cultural infrastructural connections. With our design, we envision the cultural part as a new heart of the city where people come and stay and enjoy Daejeon. The art park will make Daejeon a fun city again and will be the best place to be.
감사합니다.
네, 발표 마치겠습니다.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to the Q&A. Members of the jury, do you have any questions?
Maybe I can start. Thank you for a very clear, very convincing presentation. I have a question regarding your conceptual diagram that you show in the very beginning. So there you show an eco network and a mobility network. Then during the presentation, for me, the focus seemed to be very much on the latter. It's how people move through the space. All of this is very well explained. But I would hope that there's also a kind of a serious exploration of the more ecological aspects of this network. Can you elaborate a bit on that?
Yeah, I think as you see in the booklet, we have more elaborated, especially on the landscape design. So we designed two zones. One is really dedicated to the visitors, which is close to the station. And also a real eco zone where we start thinking about what type of planting we can introduce, different types of biodiversity to really create a sustainable landscape. So also thinking about water collection, because we know it can rain quite a lot here in Daejeon. So also how we could deal with the possible floods we considered, so that it becomes a water park, but also a large eco zone where we start thinking about different types of plants and trees, different types of animals which could live there, to become really a natural park.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and I think it was really clear that you wanted to make a clear statement on the master plan strategy, and as you indicated, having a big urban plaza in the middle could make much flexible or bring in flexible ideas to the further projects. So I really enjoyed it. And I would like to hear more about the connection between the plaza and the river side. As far as I understand, there's a connection underneath the street. So could you explain more about the connection, and then what will happen on the other side of the road? That I think you also have some sort of a platform there.
Yeah, maybe you want to. Sorry, 1 second. I just look up the plan, which is maybe it's easier to.
예, 일단 그림 넘기시는 중에 일단 설명을 드리겠습니다. 일단 저희는 그 굉장히 강력한 공공 공간을 중심에 만들고, 그리고 그 공간은
we focused on a public space, a strong public space, and just a little bit above the underground area. And so we want a very smooth connection with the train station. And we also want to go just beyond the vehicle road. And we want to be able to have the people move towards the Eco platform. On the Eco Plateau, you can go to the Eco Camping Zone, and that's also another circulation road. But you can also use the bridge to connect to various parts of the space. But it's a system, but visitors can select where they want to go. And depending on the event that's taking place, the different spaces could be selected. So you talked about the Eco Plateau. So, yeah, can you show that? Yes, if you have any further questions, you may go ahead.
The outdoor explanation was about the plazas in the centers, and so I'd like to give the questions of how the edge of the outdoor space was used. You proposed the music camping ground and then art camping zone, especially how it works with the support pavilions and other architectural elements.
저희가 중심적인 매우 강력한 공공공간을 만들고 그리고 그 주변에 다른 공원 그리고 공공공간에 무엇을 넣을지 많이 고민을 했는데요. 그것은 분명히 시민들에게 환원되어야 되고 동시에 저희 건축과 기능과 소통해야 된다는 그런 생각이 있었습니다. 더불어서 사람들을 더 머무르게 할 수 있는 그러한 프로그램을 만들었습니다.
And so we wanted a strategy to get the citizens to stay at the park as much as possible. And that's why we came up with the camping idea, because we are proposing special programs. So say there's a music festival, and it wouldn't just be listening to music. You would want to enjoy the music for the entire day, but you want to stay at the park with your family and friends. So that's the kind of area people want. And so we wanted to create a park that makes it possible. And so you can enjoy the connections with your friends and acquaintances, which can also spread throughout the city.
Another question from the jury panel.
I really appreciate your lovely presentation. I noticed that your big gesture for the master plan is the big plaza, and it will integrate the ground and in the several levels, a lot of different programs. And also you provided a kind of a strong connection between East and West, and through the diverse kind of program and especially concert hall. But I'm just curious, please explain a little bit more. In the site, there's a really big gap between East and West. And what is the kind of another approaches or design strategies to connect bridging the gaps between East and West, especially kind of old city of the East side, and how to reconnect the urban fabric and tissues.
So when we're thinking about the connectivity of the bridge, we thought a lot into how we're going to make that kind of connection possible. So, but like I said, we emphasized the fact that it's a master plan and we wanted the effects to spread throughout the city. So what this means is that a bridge doesn't just connect two different points. We believe that it's a part of a big flow, which is why we believe that the bridges are a part of the Eco Bridge. So it's a natural flow. It's a part of a natural flow. I think that's the interpretation that would be best expressive. And so when we come up with a variety of different events and programs, we will be able to see the effect of that atmosphere flowing out into the rivers and into the city. And so we believe that the river or the stream flows throughout the city, which is why we came up with this kind of concept and idea. Any further questions?
I will just add a little bit to your question, as I think it draws very much on also our principles, the DNA that we work with a lot, which is that we want to very much to create loops and interconnections. So this is actually a whole system, and trying to connect these the different flows. If it is just visually, for instance, even from the train, you create purely visual connections. But then we also want that, hoping for that to be a sequence. So it's a very sequential approach to urbanism, to an experience as a flow. It's not about that there is one ultimate space where it all happens and you just go there and then you consume that experience and you go home again. We would like to, we have a very participatory idea where the person is the same as when you read a book, you construct the book in your head. You are, as a reader, also an author of your own experience. And that's why we want to create those paths where there is not a dead end. You go, you can always go on. There's always a next experience for you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions?
Thank you for your work and a very clear, very impressive of your idea. But just one small question about the acoustic problem just near the train railway. This is kind of a direct, axis of music performance, right? So maybe I think you already expected this kind of question. Yeah, please, answer about this question.
Yeah, no, of course. And actually, I was the one also bringing that up in the team. So of course, we know that we have to work with that as well. We do think that the train station is actually has to be an integral part of this development. It is very important because also how Daejeon is situated within the country, it is very centrally situated, so it is very and part of an excellent train network, so it's very well possible to attract visitors from all over the country. So the train station and the visibility from that plays a large part, but of course there are then acoustic considerations, and not everything is now solved. But we know that we always try to find technical solutions to the problems that we come up with, and we are only just starting in the kitchen now. We don't have the full meal ready yet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions from the jury panel? If not, seems we don't have any, then we'd like to close out this presentation. That was the 5th presentation. So that's the ending of the presentation from UN Studios. Please give them a big hand. Next presentation, team number 6, the System Lab Architects. So it's 6-2. We are a bit behind schedule. I ask for understanding. This is being streamed live on YouTube. Public presentations for design competition for Daejeon Art Park. We see there is a very high level of interest, and this is being streamed live on YouTube, so please remain with us till the end of the event. I see usually that a lot of people leave the auditorium during such a long event, but we see that the audience is pretty much staying put, and so we can see how much interest is being paid to this public presentation for the design competition for the art park. And thank you so much for your interest and support and high engagement. If the next team is ready, we would like to welcome them to the microphone. The System Lab, please give them a big hand.
예, 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from the System Lab and would like to start my presentation. So, what do you think this number refers to? So, during a short period of time, we go through a lot of climatic changes. So we have heavy snowfall, snowstorms, we have heavy rain, and we have heavy pollution, and also heat waves as well. And so with the climate changing constantly, we are only able to be outside for 150 days in a year. So our first issue was how are we going to design an urban park in a science and technology city for a climate changing world? And we have to also take into the realistic account the fact that the number of days that we are spending outdoors will only continue to decrease. So how are we going to design a park that is commensurate to this kind of situation? So the site, this is an aerial view and it's very narrow and very long. And as you can see, you have the KTX Honam line, and there is also a road, and there is about a 6-meter difference between the riverside. And in order to go to a park, you have to also use a pedestrian overpass, and so the access is rather limited. And so our proposal is not just about the site itself. So we are planning the site, but we are also trying to find connections and link the different points. So this is the current site. So you have the KTX line, and there is a lot of noise and vibration. And then there is also isolation of this area because of the road, and it's really difficult to have a direct connection between the park and the riverside area. And then there are many people living nearby, residential area, and people need the park, but it's really difficult to access the park. And so if we are able to integrate this area, then I think the residents nearby will have a central park that they can enjoy. And then we will be able to spread out to the region. So the second thing that we thought about was how to create this urban park with limited accessibility, or how are we going to enhance the accessibility. So in our master plan, we use 3 strategies, the first strategy of which is using your mound. And so we create a very lenient slope, and we are able to sort of drag down a part of the riverside into the park. And then we also create a mound in order to alleviate the noise. So it also acts as a noise buffer. And so then we expand the mound, and we have hills, and then we have the landscape tuning. The second strategy is to make good use of walkways. So it's an 8-meter high. The mounds are 8-meter high. It's the same height as existing overpass, and so the Juncheon station can be used, and people can come into the park. And so if we are able to have these loop system in place, then people will be able to access the other side of the stream as well. This is the access sequence. And so on the left-hand side, there is a mound, and that allows the people coming in from the central side to come into the park also. And then the Bokjung Law can be vitalized, and we can also have another sequential access into the park. And in the crossroad, we can create a plaza, and then on the left-hand side, we can have the music hall, and the right-hand side, we can have the art gallery. And then you can also use the elevators from the pedestrian overpass to access the different facilities and also the riverside as well. The performance hall can be accessed from the overpass. And the art museum also can be accessed selectively from some of the routes, and also the access or the roads from across the river can also be used to access the two facilities. The third strategy is that we use a glass dome. So there is going to be vibration and noise from the train, but we want a music hall. We want a stable environment inside the performance hall. So we need a performance, and so we use a double skin strategy. We can expand the double skin to expand and include the part of the park, and it also allows the parts of the park to be used as an extension of the performance hall. And we can also change the glass dome into a tear-shaped, and we can also install a bit V. And once again, it has the function of being a noise buffer as well. So through these three strategies, we're able to come up with this kind of master plan. And so we have the Chungcheon Station platform that can be used. And then we have the loop pedestrian roads that can be accessed to the performance hall as well as the art museum. And you can also cut across the river to access the other side of the town. And so through the art park and the riverside park, people can connect the two sides of the town that were formerly isolated. Through the iced dome, people are able to respond better to the glass dome, and I think the utility and the usage of the park will be enhanced with this kind of glass dome. And also across the river, the pedestrian infrastructure is rather weak, and so I think we can reinforce that weakness by using this kind of system. And across this system, this is a view from across the river. You can see that it's a multi-layered urban kind of landscape scene. And so there is yellow sand. There can be also air pollution, but through the glass dome, I believe the art park can have some kind of resistance, even though there may be a lot heavy air pollution. Let me now delve into the music performance hall. So it's about 8 meters from the ground level, and we can then go underground by about 7 meters, and so then we are able to gain enough space for a chamber hall, and there are 2 stories that are naturally connected to one another. There is also the loading sequence in order to support the performances. And in the front, there is arena-shaped 250-seat area. There are 4 lock holes, and there is air ducts And the lock hall can also be a limited program for the music hall. And underneath you have the cloud, which is the roof of the performance hall, and that can also control the air and sound. And also the lighting in the cloud can also notify the people that a performance is about to start. So this is the main structure of the glass dome, and it's a triangular section that is in consecutive sequence. And you have this kind of structure, and then you have the observation area that is constituted from the spiral. So this shows the overview. There is the concept of the continuity, and the double skin that we had talked about is not really about forming a greenhouse, but it's more of a glass shield. So you can control the opening at the bottom and then at the top, and air can be controlled, or the temperature can be controlled. And also the polluted air from many people inside the glass can also be managed and controlled. And the circling pedestrian pathway can also be used as an observation deck, and people are able to walk along and look inside the dome. So even if it's rainy, people are able to come inside, and you can actually enjoy a different kind of climate compared to the outside inside the glass dome. And so the park has become a part of the dome. And so the cafeteria, for example, can be a program that can be used by both visitors to the park and visitors to the hall. So when there is no performance, you can see that the performance hall has been opened, and once this kind of space become open, you can increase the number of participation and audience. In the case of a casual rehearsal, we thought about the classic music flowing outside onto the outdoors. And this is a new kind of interpretation and understanding of classical music. This is a conventional kind of performance music hall, and we need that kind of feature for the music hall, obviously. And another program, we like to propose a music library. We can showcase various LPs and discs, which can also act as an archiving function. Now, let me talk a little bit about the City Art Museum. So the mounds that I had talked about are matching the top part of the train station and the mound, and so it can act as a buffer. And we have then made 2 courtyards that are also accessible from the outside. And there are 4 exhibition halls, and inside there is a management office. And at the top, we can elevate the roof where we can fit in some educational facilities, and then we made a cut and formed a ramp. And so the art museum is sort of inside the continuation of this structure here. And we also have come up with a roof garden. And in the central cafe, there can be performances. And there's the rib frame, and then the glass shield comes onto the rib frame. So this is a comprehensive overview. So you have the glass bit V, and so it can also act as a sun shield as well. So this is the sectional view. So this is the mount that acts as a noise buffer vis-a-vis the railway, and you can see the connections and the relationships. And the road continues throughout the art museum, and so you don't necessarily have to go inside the art museum to enjoy art. You can just enjoy it just on the road. And so this is you have the exhibition area between the 2 courtyards. and we have an open colonnade by having vertical columns, and this is the rooftop is like a statue park. So I can just skip, I think, the specific drawings. Last but not least, let me just show you a short video. So with that, I'd like to end my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
네, 심사위원분들께서는
We will have questions from the jury panel.
I would just like to say a couple of things while people think of questions. So you have the baseball field. So you are going to maintain it, right? So you've moved it to another place. So what's your rationale for that? Why did you maintain the baseball park? So because that's the only sports facility that is. And I heard that people use the baseball field quite a lot. And I am also a baseball player, so I decided to keep it. So if that disappears, then I think there's going to be too much of a decrease in the sports activity. You have a lot of tech engineers, you have young scientists in the city, and I think for their children, we really need this kind of the baseball field. So that was just a question. So I was really interested into this project because so there's the inconvenience related to public cultural spaces. So they have become quite popularized, but I believe that there are still boundaries. You know, there are thresholds, especially music performance halls. There are always thresholds and high barriers. And then you made it into sort of like this glass dome. You could get rid of that threshold. That's the thought that came into my mind as I looked at your presentation. So maybe that's why it seemed to me that the entire size seems to be 1.5 times bigger than what's in the guideline. So if we consider everything, I believe that the cost will probably be beyond what Daejeon City had expected. connected. So this also requires courage. So why does it have to be a glass dome? Can you try to convince us? So I would prefer it to call it a glass dome rather than just a greenhouse, because greenhouse has to be very controlled. So I think I prefer to call this an indoor garden rather than a greenhouse that's controlled. So, and I think according to the regulations, we did not go over 20% of the building coverage ratio because the pedestrian ways are usually excluded from the calculation. The people who enjoy classical music in Korea is numbered to be something like 10 to 15,000 people. They are considered to be the consumers. They're only 0.1 or 0.2%. And you have a lot of arts universities and music colleges that are actually disappearing. So this is a personal story, but my sister is a pianist, and so I used to be dragged to these concert halls. And what I felt was that just before the performance and during the intermission, and then after the performance, people go in and out. And when people come out of the concert halls, it's very stiff. People cannot reminisce about the music that they had just heard. And so I wanted an expansion of the experience. So even if there is no concert taking place, if it's an open space, people can just take a walk and, oh, that's the orchestra fit and that's the concert hall. And just looking at that space can also stimulate them to enjoy and appreciate classical music more. And when when the orchestra is rehearsing, they can just open up the area so that the music just flows out. And so I also wanted to lower the barrier of access to the classical music and also open it up to the populace. So it's quite ambitious in that sense. We got a lot of consulting, and I know that there are some technical improvements that we can make. So I hope I answered your question.
We'd like to take another question from the jury panel. So the project is... So there would be different statuses of architects. Some architects are visionary, and some are very good at executing something that is pretty much standardized. I believe in this competition, the focus should be on the following. Well, this looks like an expensive plan, and there are some concerns, of course, but the architect proposing such new ideas and bringing more realistic problems to discuss here, I think that's a very good approach. I was thinking of other projects, and I was thinking about what happens when it rains or it snows. I believe, therefore, that your proposal is something that is very good. And I thought that this is the kind of plan that we should be seeing more in Korea. And I really like to encourage you and say that you are able, I believe that you're fully able to make this project come to life for the Daejeon citizens. Thank you.
Yes, as my other colleagues have said, I've been quite inspired. And you raise some issues that we also have to think about or rethink. And in that sense, I enjoyed your presentation. Regarding your master plan, I have a few questions I would like to ask. As you had said, your proposal is that a lot of the bridges will cross the river to the other side. The connectivity with the indoor garden would have to be inevitable, but can you explain that point in further detail? And even if you don't have that many bridges, does your master plan have other kind of flexibilities? For example, adjusting the number of bridges. So first of all, let me explain with the master plan in front of us. So the pointer doesn't seem to be working, but anyway. See here, you see these bridges. These are not conventional bridges. They are linear parks. That's the interpretation we're looking for. Linear parks. So you have the Riverside Park, and then you have the upper level park, and then you have the mound, and so then you have the road on the other side of the river. So this area doesn't really have a proper pedestrian pathway. So anyway, this area is all connected to one another. On the west, this area will probably be redeveloped into an apartment complex. And this area here will connect the different nodes from the apartment complex, because this entire place is actually can be situated as a central park inside this residential area. So the park is rather long, but this area here, well, you have the station, and then you have the platform, which is all connected. And so they are all integrated, and so everyone just can gather in this central area. So through this looping, the entire total distance would be about 3 kilometers. And if you add all 3 bridges up, it's a little bit less than 1 kilometer. So the pedestrian path is appropriate. About 5 kilometers is deemed to be the most appropriate for pedestrian path or walks. And then we have the highway with those very speedy cars, and then you have the bridge from the Mokjung Road. And so you wanted the 3 zones to be tied into one, tied closer together, and to have that park in the middle. I hope I answered your question.
So, visually speaking, the glass dome, it really catches the eye. But I think what is more important regarding this plan, this design, is that the entire space is a park, and there's a double skin, and the functional areas are covered with double skins, and the other areas exist on a different level layer. So there were multiple levels, and also there was the underground. If we're looking at the master plan guideline, I believe that those sectional ideas and the idea of the double skin is going to be more important if this is going to be developed into guidelines rather than the glass dome. And was that a correct interpretation?
So the thing I experienced the most when I first went to the site was the sound of the train. The park seemed unstable because it was really narrow, but then there's a speedy train passing by, And so we wanted this narrow area to be widened as much as possible. And so if you look at from the park level, you only see the apartment buildings, the high-rise apartment buildings. That's the only skyline that you can see. So, of course, yeah, it's going to act as a regional hub, but we also wanted it to be a community hub as well, community area. In order to do that, we needed better accessibility to the park. People have to be able to go to the park in the first place. And then this area issue of climate change is more serious than we think. So if you go to the park with an umbrella on a rainy day, you'll still be able to enjoy the space. Of course, if there's a storm, that's not going to be possible. But remember, I said that there's only 150 days where we can be outdoors. So having this kind of facility in the center of the city, taking that into account, is quite important. And the fact that people are able to take a rest and also that people are able to enjoy cultural activities are important. So that's why we came up with this idea for the double skin.
Any other questions from the jury panel? If not, in the interest of time, I'd like to close off presentation number 6. Thank you. So that was a presentation and Q&A for the System Lab. And now moving on to the last but not least presentation. We have listened to 6, and this is the number 7 and last. So SOA, Society of Architecture, is going to give their presentation. They are mounting the stage. Please give them a very big hand to encourage them, our very last but not least presenters.
Can I go ahead? So I'd like to start my presentation about the Alluvial Art Park. The Alluvial Art Park intends to overcome the isolation of the park, and so we want to enhance the value of the park as a crossroad between people and space. So it's a gateway, and it's also an icon in the city. The Daejeon Art Park is going to be located in the Juncheon neighborhood park, and there is a highway that is crossing on one side and also roads as well. And so you also have to cross a 4-lane road to get to it from the riverside, from the Yudungcheon. And so this is our strategy to create a inflow and outflow. The Chungcheon-dong is going to be vitalized through the New Deal strategy, and the Daejeon line and the Mokjunglo and the Daejunglo and the Mokdonglo are going towards the park. So there are 4 different parts when it comes to the detailed plan of the strategy. The first is that it's going to change from an isolation. The second is that the boundaries are going to continue as an open medium. There's going to be 3-dimensional connections at levels. And also, we are going to establish a relationship between transition and overlapping of the park and architecture. And we'd also want the park to become an infrastructure to strengthen the resilience of the river watershed. And so we want the threshold as a transitional area, not just a boundary surrounding the park. So people walking along the Yudong stream can already be inside the park for the alluvial art park. And also the cooler wind can be induced into the area, whereas hot wind can flow out. The second strategy is to have the different levels that are all continuing. So you have the level 46 on the bottom on the old town. If you cross the Honam line, you have to go to the level 54 through an overpass, or maybe you can go use the underground pedestrian path as well. So you can use existing overpass to get to the level 54, but you can also access, and we made a connection to the overpass on the 3rd floor. And so it is to induce the flow from the old town. The level 41 is the same level as the riverside. And so we were able to create a sunken area that also connects directly with the underground area. And we have connected the riverside. And on the sunken level, there is a cascading level. And so you can see that it's the central part where the various circulation and flows come into one. So this is a layout. So it's a 1 kilometer north and south. And so we have the pavilion and art museum, and then you have the music hall, and you have various different open spaces as you go along. And so this is a sectional view. So you enter from the Yongmun station, you go through the Valley Forest Promenade, and also you can go to the retention reservoir and the picnic area. So this is a strategy as an ecosystem park. And so there is going to be a need for a storm water reuse and drainage. And so the rainwater is going to be collected from the building roof and drained onto the internal wetland and reused. And so then you have the cascade that meets the river watershed, and it could also be used as a watershed or water storage area. And so that allows for different types of flora and fauna to inhabit the area. And we will be able to expand the Yudongshan area and enhance the access from the different parts of the surrounding area. And also we can locate at the bus, we can place a bus station that enhances the public transportation. So we can also make better use of the surrounding area. The car depot or the vehicle depot can be used into another park. And also there can be a pedestrian pathway to connect with the art gallery, art museum. And there can be improvements made to the pedestrian trails. And so the extension can be made into the old town area, and the total look can also be improved to enhance the access to the Namsan Park. And so the Daejeon Art Park can actually become a central place that allows accessibility to all directions. In the north, you have the concert hall, and you can have visibility from all areas and all angles. And on the right-hand side, you have the art museum, and you have the flow in the red arrow. And so the concert hall can be open in all angles, and the art museum is open to the front. So the music hall is a curtain hall, and the art museum, it can be a gateway, and also it's a juxtaposition with the music hall. So these are the more specifics. So we have the facade and the foyer. We have the eaves and the roof. And so we have reconstructed the boundaries between the building and the roof. And so we have elevated it so that we have an open foyer. So this is a curtain hall, and it brings out the symbolism of the concert hall, and it also acts as an open space. So there are many different features and functions, and so the concert hall and the nature come together as one inside. If you look at the art museum, it's a gateway, but also provides a shared space. On one side, you can enhance the circulation and flow so that the visitors are able to come into the art museum at any time. From Yudungcheon, you can come face to face with the concert hall, and between the two buildings there is a space where various events can be organized. And the facade and the roof have the similar kind of materials in order to have consistency. For example, we have the terracotta, and then we had milled glass which alternate, and so it also gives a sense of rhythm. In the case of the art museum, we have laminated tile glass and also aluminium sheet that also alternate, and so that forms the roof that is quite similar in shape to the concert hall. So we have the grand hall, and you have the atrium. So the atrium is in the middle here, and on the facade is also lifted so that the atrium can become a central space, but that is also connected to the external space as well. And you can see the different features of the building surrounding the atrium. Inside the atrium, there is a pathway to the grand hall and also the chamber hall, and so anywhere inside you can enjoy the nature, and the people who have come outside can also enjoy or reminisce about the music that they had heard, and it can also become a central area for exchanges, artistic exchanges. And there is also a part of the waiting room that is also connected. And if you cross the foyer right in front of you, you will see the ticketing area and also the entrance. And on the left-hand side, there is a grand stairway and also the elevator that you can access the upper floors. So this is a layout of the second floor. So you can see that there is a main hall, and also access into the second floor of the chamber hall. And on the upper part, which is the mezzanine floor of the atrium, we can also use as a resting area. Next is the concert hall itself. You can see that on the right-hand side there is a chamber hall, and so the entire audience can be seated at the same distance. And so the average distance from the performance is minimized, and also you can rearrange the location of the stage and also enhance the communication between the players and also the audience. And the audience themselves can have a different experience whenever they come. And the Grand Theatre has adopted the vineyard type. It has a huge stage in an arena type that can maximize the musical effect. So there's the sound concentration that can happen in a semicircle, and so we have tried to overcome that to reduce the echo and control the sound effects. There is also a top floor balcony. It's about 31 meters. And so once again, we have optimized the distance between the players and the audience. So Also, you can go to the top floor, and there's also a rehearsal room in the middle. The fourth floor is the office area and the support area. And so the administrative staff are able to deliver their services, and the cafeteria or in-house restaurants are also placed. And at the top, there is a skywalk, and also there is a garden terrace, and anyone can access. It's an open area for everyone. So this is the art museum. This is in line with the Honam Railway station. And so it's in 3 different zones and 2 different halls in between. So then the 3rd floor of the art museum can also be accessed from outside. So these are the main exhibition spaces. We have come up with a big roof. So you can see that there is a loggia that is formed. There's also a shade area, and it allows the people to stay in that area. On the right-hand side, there is a permanent exhibition, and on the north, we have special planned exhibitions. They have each independent different halls, but there is a long main lobby that can allow people to access the different halls. There is also the multimedia room and the management offices. And there is also the loggia. And you can see that the exhibition halls are also 3-dimensional. They can be accessed from various different floors. This is the lobby. The lobby connects the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor, and so it's an atrium that is very visible from in and outside. The 2nd floor is education and administrative office, and so it has been separated, and the exhibition halls on the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor can be supported from this administrative area. On the 3rd floor, you have the overpass from the Honam line. It's a +54 level. There are also exhibition halls in this area. So people who come in over the overpass, there has to be another ticketing booth because people come from the train station straightly, and so they are able to access the park here. So the people who cross the overpass would cut across the hall, and once you cross the overpass, this is the internal part of the art museum they would come across. On the 4th floor is between the lobby, and it's an overlapping area. And there are 4 different exhibition halls. The permanent exhibitions and the special exhibitions can be separated. Next, the pavilions are the smaller kind of galleries, and so they are nearby the main art museum. So you can have the sunken pavilion type, the forest pavilion type, and the pavilion that are adjacent to the exhibition space. So it's as if the art park itself has become one huge art museum in and of itself. That's it for the alluvial art park presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was the last presentation. The jury panel may ask any questions they have. So while the others are preparing their questions, I'd like to ask a question. Not sure if I should say this or not, but among the 7 presentations I heard today, coincidentally, yours was the last in terms of order. And the difference between the former 6 and yours would be the form, design, and the design language that was applied in the Performance Hall and Art Museum. The former 6 they came out with different forms, but the language or the general approach was very similar. However, this presentation from SOA, we see that the language that was applied and also the material that was applied was a little bit different between the performance hall and the art museum. I'd like to ask as to why this was.
Well, the programs are different from the two buildings. So, two different characteristics and two different programs. And so the buildings are independent from one another, but the external facade and also the use of materials can give consistency between the two buildings. And also the location of the buildings also, I think, promote harmony between the two and consistency as well. So as I had said, we believe that the music hall and the art museum are two different things, two different programs. So we thought that the two could not be put together in just one and the same building or one and the same type of building that have the same language. Any other questions?
If we have any other questions from the jury panel, who would like to go first? I enjoyed your presentation. It was very inspiring. In particular, the attitude and approach to the surrounding environment. It was a very warm perspective. You looked at what the issues were in the surrounding environment and you provided logical solutions and integrated that into your own architectural design. Well, this might be a similar question. And in the master plan, was it intentional to have the different objectives and the purposes of the building made more prominent in the designs, and you were also using different language in the design? And from that perspective, what was the intention behind the plaza that will bring those two buildings together? And another differentiator from the other 6 designs or 6 presentations, I believe the other 6 were mostly focused on at least artificially connecting to the nearby Yudongcheon River. Were you deliberately not doing that? Could you provide some explanation?
So we have these two buildings, and they are different buildings with different programs, and I believe that therefore they have to be designed differently. But of course, within one master plan for the arts park, the two buildings do have to communicate and be in dialogue with one another. So when you're designing a building, one of the most important things we thought about was that it's a huge volume building, and they have to be formed by elements like pillars and the facade, the curtain hall, the external wall, etc. And so those elements are going to be the touch point between the building and the park. And these architectural elements have to have a certain type of attitude to be able to forge a relationship with the park. So that's the question we asked ourselves. In the case of the music hall, it should not be overpowering, but nonetheless, it should be iconic. That was the kind of attitude we wanted from the building. So we have a verticality that was emphasized through the curtain kind of wall. And then you have the facade, which allows the in and out flow to be very smooth. And then the facade and the foyer in the concert hall were the most important architectural elements. In the case of the art museum, it's the loggia that's important, and also the long roof and high roof. And so you can also provide a shade. It could also act as an eave, but it can also provide some open space. And so I wanted a lot of that around the park so people can hang around in the park and they can also be outdoors. But they can also have easy access inside into the buildings. So the major difference between the two buildings is that, first of all, which architectural elements were emphasized. So that's the differentiator. But when it came to the materials that were used, the attitude of how it encountered the park, there was some consistency that we tried to strive for. The connection with the Yudong stream, is something that we thought about a lot. All the strategies adopted in the master plan were to overcome the isolation of this site. We have the underground pedestrian path, or we have the overpass. And we wanted these existing accessible channels to become better. And we thought that the choices have to become wider. The Honam line station also has an underground path into the park. And we wanted that kind of path to be linked to the underground area underneath the Yudongchan River. And then people can gain a direct access. So we didn't create an overbridge because overbridge we felt was rather unnatural. So if it goes over the road, it has to land somewhere, but there was nothing that they could end. So you have plus 38 in some levels and plus 41, but the overbridge is over 50. So if you were to go down to the 40s level, you would have to go downwards. And so we thought that would be rather unnatural. And so we did want an ambitious direct link, but nonetheless, we decided that we would just go beneath the river and connect the existing pathways from the Honam rail line. And I think it's quite effective because if we make the riverbed into a natural riverbed, the riverside area can actually be made into a part of the park. So the sunken level is at 41, which is about 5 levels lower, would be another idea. So can I just add on to that?
So the relationship with the Yudongchan. So there are tunnels that might be underground that directly connect to Yudongchan, but Yudongchan Dongro, the riverbank pedestrian walkway, is a nice walkway. So we wanted to promote that as a specific space. And on the west side, we wanted to expand that a pathway and expand it closer into the river. And on the east side, we wanted it to connect better to the plaza. So we wanted to have very nice pedestrian walkways on either side of that road. And we didn't want to go through the artificial construct of going up and then down. That's what we wanted to avoid. Thank you. We'd like to take other questions from the jury panel. So thank you so much for the presentation. I really enjoyed it. And in your answers earlier, The biggest strength of this design is that it somehow gives us comfort. It's easy on the eyes. It looks like a park. It feels like a park, and the facilities that should be in a park are found in that park. Nothing is excessive. There aren't any exaggerated architectural gestures. Everything is where it should be situated. But I wanted to ask you to elaborate further on regarding the Honam Railway line. I did hear about your plans to manage the noise coming from that railway, but from Yudongcheon-dong Road, that's a 4-lane road. How are you going to deal with the intervention from that road?
So there's a perspective drawing that shows that well. So I was supposed to show you the right-hand side, which is outside the slide. But anyway, I can show you this rendering. So basically, the pedestrian area can be widened, and so that it can be a part of the park or connected with the park. And so that you can have little gateways or little inroads into the parks. And this kind of thing can also exist from the Yudongcheon Road. And we can also have trees. It could also be slight little plazas and little parks. And so the connection between the riverside and also the riverside would also be similar. And so there will be a better connection between the park and the riverside as well. Any further questions? If not, I think we can end here. Thank you very much for your presentation. The last and 7th team, SOA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that was all of the presentations that were prepared. I would like to extend and ask the audience to please give a big hand to all of the architects for their presentations of their remarkable work. So we could see how much work and effort and thought went into the work, and also the very concerns and observations from the jury panel. So I believe that this was a good opportunity to make known the commitment for public architecture by Daejeon City. And what is most important is going to be your continued support and interest for this project to be a success. I'd like to thank you for staying with us till the end, and that is the end of the public presentation. A logistical announcement. Please make sure that you don't leave any belongings as you leave the auditorium. And also, please remember to return the interpretation receivers. I'd like to repeat my announcement again. Please remember to switch off the interpretation receivers you have been using and return them to the staff. Have a safe trip home. Thank you.
So he's just explaining that you have to use the microphone to get the interpretation. And please don't use your mobile phones. So just a little while ago, we had a little discussion. So what we're going to do is that we're going to go from number 1 to number 7. So we're going to look at the design panel, then we're going to have a discussion about each of the panel. And so we're going to be talking about what's good and bad about the design as a masterpiece or master plan. So today, we do have to choose one winner for the master plan, and so let's focus on getting that winner. So do any of you have anything to say about this particular design? So yeah, since nobody's starting, let me go first. So this is a bridge-scape concept, and I think the architect was not just thinking about the bridge as just a part of landscape and also but as a linkage. And so on the ground level have activities, but there are also activities in many other levels as well, urban activities. And it goes beyond the rail track, it goes beyond the river and the park, and it actually tries to form linkages and provides opportunity for various activities on various levels and various areas. So I think as a master plan is quite effective in that sense because it's a linear park of 1.2 kilometers, and the architect has made different layers. And so it has forged characteristics for each of the different zones, and the characteristics have been articulated. And you have the music hall, and then you have the art museum, but you can also have many architects who each of them in charge of one particular zone. And so there is room for additional competitions to be held. And so from the perspective of how we're going to differentiate the different zones of the master plan, I think this particular plan gives some flexibility and answer to make that possible, to break it down into different parts to be designed by different architects. Anybody else? So yes, let me also add, the last thing you said was that if other architects joined the team to design the music hall and the art museum, what can the master architect do? What can the master architect contribute? In this case, it would be the bridge, and was explained earlier. The length and the width can be flexible and adjusted. So I think there are many elements that enable this particular design to act as a foundation or a master plan. So the architect had a very clear definition about their park, that a city should link with the surrounding area, and that should be the identity of the park. And so that identity was very clear. And if you think about the locality of the Korean architecture, I think the architect had provided a new definition for a park. And as a master plan, even if other buildings are added to this plan, I think the identification of or interpretation of the park can still be maintained even if other buildings are added. I think the essence of this particular design is setting the overall principle for the urban area to grow, and I think that's the bridge that's important. So I wouldn't say it's eye-catching, but at the same time, as a master plan, it leaves enough room for additions to be made. So I also believe that it's effective as a master plan in that sense. I agree. So it's not just about the form, but it's also about the methodology of organization. So various functions and various buildings can come together. But I would also like to point out that there are some things that we need to be cautious about. So it's a concept of a bridge, but it doesn't seem to be consistent. You know, bridge has physical features. It's high. It can be a certain height, and so I think if we are able to integrate it with the zoning and be a little bit more flexible, then I think it will be better. Right now, I think the landscape seems to be artificially limited to a certain scope. So yeah, I do also see the potential as a master plan, but there are some cautious aspects.
I think a lot of the positive things about this scheme were already said. So allow me to be a little more critical. I find it as a master plan very rigid, right? So I think if this develops, it definitely has to lose some of this rigidity. I also do not think is so successful in the sectional integration of landscape and architecture. I think it does a good job in plan, but not so much in section. The last point I want to make is it overly relies on infrastructure, I mean bridges, right? And it lacks program on these bridges. So I think this is something that can probably be developed as this is moving forward. But right now, I think I'm not convinced that this would be the lively space that the architects envision in their renderings.
Okay, so this is number 2. So yeah, let me go first. Nobody else is saying anything, so I'll just go first like before. So this one and the last one, which is the UN Studios design, are, well, I'm not talking about the form, but the music hall and the art museum have a plaza in between them, and many different events can take place in the central plaza. And then it expands, has the potential to expand into the urban areas. And so I think the circulation is well planned. But the difference between the two is that the central plaza in this one has a certain level, and it makes it easier to access the rail and the river, and the sound can be buffered because it's a level of 53. But there's going to be some difficulties, I'm sure, but there are many possibilities. But then you have the railway, and there's the access goes over the railway, and the relationship between the right side, it's a little bit imbalanced, I feel. So that could be interpreted as it being a part of nature, but balance-wise or weight-wise, it looks as if it's skewed towards the right. On the other hand, the UN Studios design is a little bit more balanced, but the central plaza is -8. So it's something like 38 level. So it's a lower level. And so there are some unique features that are preserved, and I think there are some interesting things that can happen there. But I can see that there may be some difficulties in the circulation. So trying to climb up to the performance hall, I mean, that could be a little bit too much for some people. And so I think there are some pros and cons if you compare the two designs.
In connection to the UN studio scheme, I think there are indeed a lot of similarities. What I like about this scheme is there's an extensive integration of blue and green infrastructure. It's very elegant in that aspect. What makes it different for me to the UN studio scheme is that it seems to rely more on a series of connections. So connectivity is clearly there, but it is not as continuous, as in the UN studio scheme. I think the UN studio scheme, in a way, for me, is more rational, right? And this one is more opportunistic, and I don't mean this in a bad way, right? They're just different. So that being said, for me, I would like to see that a lot of these green and blue spaces become not just aesthetic, but also performative. So in the renderings, you see these seem to be simply ponds, right? But they could easily become something that contributes to the biodiversity and the connection, the ecological connection to the river.
저도 이제 이걸 보면서 약간
Yeah, so I also thought of this particular design in comparison with the UN studios, because here, strategically, it approached really from a master plan's perspective. So in that sense, as the two panelists have said, I also found it quite impressive. But what the most impressive thing was that here you have this pillar that is a part of the circulation. During the presentation, the architect talked about how, and I found this quite impressive, how if you look at a lot of the projects that were presented, it was really about trying to induce people to come to that park. But here in this design, the aim was not just trying to induce people to come into the park, but just about connecting the different parts of the city. So it was a more sort of a regional perspective and approach. And I think that led to this kind of system. And so I thought that was quite impressive.
From that same perspective, I'd like to add on, in this plan, something that really stood out to me was that access to the site is limited, not only in the surrounding area, but from Daejeon city perspective, access to the project site is very limited. So the circulation and the vehicle access and the pedestrian access, those are all very important aspects. And we see that the plan offers some ideas to resolve those access issues very easily. And when we look at some plans, if they're chosen as master plans, making adjustments to the vehicle entryway, that might break the balance of the entire master plan, because we have to admit that quite a lot of people are going to be coming to this area on vehicles. And that kind of issue is not present in this plan. So I would like to give more points in that regard. So there are a lot of plans that have bridges, of course. And if we're just going to place one bridge, then this plan has chosen the best place, the optimum place for the bridge. And it's also connecting very well to the areas in the south. And also in terms of performance, it is quite an exemplary plan. I really agree to what the professor just said. A differentiation with the other plans is that it addresses a very important point when driving to the art park, because we want to give a memorable experience to people who are driving up to this art park, and so it does give a very strong first impression for those who are driving there. And so it's quite evident that a lot of work and a lot of thought has went into this plan. I really agree with all of the very pertinent insights that have been shared, and perhaps we should move on to the next plan. Seems we're falling into a certain order. Perhaps someone on this side should take the initiative? So the presentation was by far really excellent, because it touched upon very down to the level of minute details. And I also found that their approach towards Korean climate was very valid. And also the sound blocking wall setting up in the back, being set up in the back, was also a very important feature. And as part of a master plan that has to be chosen by Daejeon City, I believe that Daejeon City would value this because it is a very new experiment in science and technology, and there was so very much attention given to detail. In the Q&A, I did touch upon this earlier. So mounds are built, and the functional rooms are going to be put in the underground, and there are going to be double shell or double facade, and the other spaces are going to be used as park spaces. So in terms of providing a future vision for the park, this is indeed a very strong plan. And based on that kind of thinking, the location of the performance hall and the art museum, we see the rationale behind situating them towards the lower end. And if there is a certain distance between the performance hall and art museum, still it will be very valid. And if this becomes a master plan, perhaps more emphasis should be given to the double facade, the double shell, instead of the very conspicuous glass dome. So in this plan, my favorite part was confidence and ambition. So both are very well represented here. And I saw the confidence and reliability that ensures that helps us believe that this architect will be able to overcome any issues that might arise further down the road. And also because Daejeon is a city of science and technology, not only the laws of science, but also the expression of the scientific logic behind all of these decisions is made very clear. However, how this is going to be actually realized in Performance Hall and Art Museum, that might be a different issue. However, in terms of a master plan, it's yes, it's very commendable. And I believe the systems in the back, they might be adjusted further on. And so I would like to give a lot of positive merit to this plan. So I mostly second everything that has been mentioned, and I would like to focus on the following. So this is a public cultural facility, and there's also the park aspect. And going forward, how we are going to interpret these facilities and infrastructure, how we want to deliver a very clear statement to the future generation, that was very clearly expressed here. And at first sight, it looks like a compilation of multiple architectural projects, not a master plan, but actually it provides very important guidelines as a master plan. As was mentioned earlier by Mr. Jo, we see that there is a lot of logic behind the ideation, so that could provide guidelines for as a master plan. And also the general approach to cultural facilities. So it looks like an indoor garden, an indoor dome, but this can be expanded in other directions based on different interpretations by different architects. So it's not the guidelines that we are familiar with, but this can serve as very potent guidelines. And one thing I would like to add was that not only the technical aspect that should go into the performance hall, but when I hear what happens in very well-designed performance halls, there are still complaints from the visitors. So whether we should be paying much attention to the functions, the technical functions of the performance hall, or whether we should focus on the different, rather another value that could be provided by the performance hall, that's the decision that we'll have to make. So in the break earlier, before we began this discussion, in terms of master planning, I did touch upon what conditions should be checked off or fulfilled in a master plan. To go back to that, we have to look at some conditions that absolutely have to be there to serve as a master plan. First of all, this is going to be a culture and art space that's also going to serve as a park for the public, though there should be very good accessibility. And this linear park that amounts to about 100,000 square meters, this very long linear park, how that is also going to be taken into account. There should be a very clear direction to strike balance between those two. And it was stressed multiple times in the guidelines. For 100,000 square meter space, which is disconnected by the railway and by the rivers, if we're adding on art and cultural spaces to promote it as a landmark. But aside from that, so the very clear vision or identity has to be made very clear in the master plan. So what I really liked about this plan was that if we're thinking about the combination of the art culture facilities and park space, I'm looking for something where people can actively engage in this space. And the presenter also said that it shouldn't be referred to as a sort of a greenhouse. But yes, and I do believe that it really addresses those two issues that have to be balanced.
Translation to end. Yes, I second a lot of the good things that were said about this scheme. There's one aspect that I also want to highlight, which I think has not been mentioned yet, which is the potential adaptability of the spaces. Because if you have this strategy that there are large roofs with mixed-use programming underneath, it's actually very easy to exchange certain programs and in the future have a different kind of program, right? And you wouldn't actually compromise in any way the overall idea of the scheme. You could also add another one of these glass shells in another location that might differ in scale and again in kind of program mix, and it would still work. So in that respect, I think it would make a very good master plan.
Should we go on to the next one?
Okay, so maybe I start this time. It's okay, yeah? So we talked a lot about this scheme in our little discussion just now over our break. So there seem to be some distinct differences to the previous scheme, but also for me at least, there are quite some striking similarities. Both heavily rely on shells, both have in a way this idea of mixed programs and a blurring of the inside out and the carrying through of the public space in between those particular programs. Of course, this one is in a way is a more materiality driven and in a way, for me at least, a much more poetic interpretation of the program brief. So I think it fits beautifully in the location. I think is a very contemporary or even forward-looking idea of what an icon, an architectural icon should be. I think it can easily grow or retract. I mean, we can have more or less of these shells as the project develops. So I think there is a lot of flexibility, but of course, it looks like there's only one architect who can do this in this language.
Personally, I think it's something that doesn't really require a master plan. So I don't really know the reason for a master plan because one architect can design both buildings and also design the context with the surroundings. So you don't really necessarily have to have a masterpiece personally. And in this project, I think the most beautiful thing is that, well, we're going to have a master plan later and going to have other architects joining. But I think it's going to be easy to work together because it doesn't really have a fixed location. You just have a roof and you have the area. So there's a natural movement as there's no rigidity. And there's a way of walking. And so I think it's quite a beautiful project in that sense. Personally, if we have this kind of design, then culturally, I think the city will gain a very prestigious position culturally. with the Guma Genko work. As the two of you have said, the identity is very clear and strong, which makes it really difficult for it to be mixed with other design. But this work in and of itself is a very interesting project. And I try to imagine it in my head, and it makes me really curious and highly expectant of what it would look like in reality. If the present competition was not in the format it is now, I would probably, contemplate this design the most. But we have to think about the effectiveness of it as a master plan. So yeah, it's a design that really makes me think about the design as a position, as a master plan. So I think there are similarities between System Labs design and this design. So the levels have been made inside the glass dome, whereas in this case, you've put a roof over the different programs. And so this cannot change of having that kind of roof. So that's why it has some limitations as a master plan. So if you look here, there is no connectivity, and in this area there are it's not that ripe, and so yeah, I think those are some insufficiencies. So you have the form first, and then additions have been made. So it's a unique identity that was chosen first, and everything was subordinated to it. And so that's, I think, one of the things I feel insufficient. And I also felt it to be very poetic. But is that important enough compared to the other elements of other designs? So for example, if you look at this part, so if one architect does this part and another architect does the other part, I would believe that the line would break. So there are certain limitations. So I think, it's a little bit of a concern. And the connections on here, compared to some of the other designs, are not that clear-cut. And so because of this area, which is the controlling idea and dominating, it's a bit worrying.
So it's very poetic and flexible. There are a lot of very commendable perspectives built in here, but at the same time, there's sort of an unpredictability. And because of that, master plan-wise, with the passage of time, there might be, if the project, if there's discontinuation in the project, then how well this is going to be able to go forward. But actually, I like this kind of design and idea. I'm not about to say that I'm prejudiced, but whether this is going to be able to provide landscapes where everyday programs will take place, or there will be more effort that has to go in for fulfilling all of the visuals that this is envisioning. That's an issue. So the jury panelists might have different opinions about the master plan, but one big feature of this design is that the circulation plan is not that important. I would like to actually say that the decision we have to make regarding this project, this design, is whether the message, the statement that this design is making aligns with the message that we are looking for in these times. But the sensibilities and the offerings that this design is making, I believe they have a very valid message, not only for Korea, but also for our time. Regarding this design, I think all of my other colleagues will agree. This design is most distinctive. It's in terms of character. Because I think this is suggesting a certain gesture or an attitude. So about master planning, it's probably not about providing very physically constricting guidelines, but rather trying to provide suggestions for the park programs and the cultural facility programs. What is possible to go into a park space? You know, this could be very dense and tight, but this is actually in the opposite direction. It's much more loose and free-flowing. So it has a very clear attitude in that aspect. And as was discussed earlier, why these two buildings are differing from each other, I think that is also part of that free-flowing, more less constricted approach of this design. So this might not be along the lines of what we typically think about for a master plan, but if we place emphasis on the fact that this is going to be a master plan not for a building but a park, then yes, it makes it much more valid. I believe that this design, in a joking manner, I would say that so master plan is about suggesting a vision. So, you know, master plans very rarely are developed into actual outcomes. And I think that for this plan, there was more emphasis placed on building a home. And construct. So how this is going to be materialized as a piece of architecture, I think that idea was very clearly expressed here. So how are we going to work with this piece of land? That is a very important question. But at the same time, when we're trying to design the performance hall and the art museum, I believe that we will have much more to see. I have higher expectations of this architect in terms of the ideas they might provide for the performance hall and the art museum.
I think for me, this scheme has certainly architectural merits. I think the buildings are interesting. Maybe the one that we see here on the left a little more than the exhibition space, the museum space. But for me, it's very hard to understand the integration of the landscape strategy and the architectural strategy. So in that respect, I find it difficult, right? I mean, yes, it's very loose, so there could just be another building in another language. But I think for a master plan, there has to be some sort of motif or some basic understanding that those are the rules of the game, right? So it's a fine line in to what degree you're prescriptive and to what degree you allow variation from those rules. But I think in this case, it clearly falls to me under the former category. So I think the rules are not clear to me.
So I believe that the biggest differentiating factor for this plan is that the physical bridges, it is trying to blur the boundaries and try to build smaller connections with architecture. I thought it was quite different. And I saw that the boundaries, so this is a piece of architecture, this is a road, this is a pathway, this is a riverbank. I believe that these boundaries were deconstructed, and this was quite special. And master plan-wise, because this kind of landscaping was suggested here, the architectural form, it's much more flexible, so it's much more open to different options in terms of architectural design. So if we would assign the design of the performance hall and art museum, instead of designing the master plan, this architect would still provide different designs. So this is this very so this architect has a conviction that there should be some freedom here. And regarding bringing them together, we see that everything is flowing downwards, and so the height of the land is much lower towards the bank. And I think that is the merit of this landscaping. So, for example, when we're on the riverbank, typically, Bart also provided a similar example. So A, B, C, D, C dash, there would be one next to the other. That's what we would typically see. And the architect here saw autonomy among the different elements.
So I think it's my turn to go. So, okay. I come to Daejeon quite frequently. My father-in-law lives here, so I come quite frequently. What I feel in this city is that it's very calm. The buildings are similar. They're peaceful. People are also peaceful. Nobody really stands out. And so I think in that sense, this kind of approach, amidst this calmness, well, Daejeon's terrain is also very flat. And so something that's exciting and something that's fun and something that's different, I think are needed in Daejeon City. So in that perspective, I think this design and project is quite appropriate. So, you have the Bilbao effect, and that was already a long time ago. But if we look at this kind of design from that perspective, it can blow new wind and new breath into Daejeon and can become a very good iconic place.
Yeah, for me, this scheme is very much about an iconic building. Is not so much about a master planning strategy. So I think as an object, it is as expected. It's spectacular. It's certainly would be eye-catching, and I agree it would set a highlight probably for the city. So I think in that respect, it is very successful. But since we're discussing a master plan for today, I find it very difficult to extract something that, let's say we pick this scheme, that another architect could work with that is not this object.
So to be a little bit critical, so this goes for all countries and all cities, but there is a leading city and there are other cities and countries that try to follow suit, which is why we talk about the Bilbao effect. And that effect indeed does exist. But as we had talked about in other projects, Daejeon does not necessarily have to follow a leader. Daejeon can also come up with a new vision of its own. And I think that will also be very meaningful. And from that perspective, so I think there's a bit of a fatigue. So from an architectural perspective, it's very interesting. And because we have really high-rise apartments around it, I think it will mix in well with that kind of environment and landscape. But there is an interestingness as an object, but you have to go beyond that. It has to be a public project, and you have to think about the role it's going to play also for the next generation. So the last part, I think, I don't really see very much in this design. Yeah, I agree. As a complex cultural facility, the buildings have to provide a foundation for many different types of people to enjoy various events. So there has to be a welcoming process, not just the iconic and symbolic aspect of the building. So in that sense, I think there are some elements that is necessary of a master plan that I don't really quite see in this particular design. So I think it's going to be a little bit difficult to articulate this in scale, in an architectural scale. So I have a slightly different approach towards this work. So, if you look at the works of this firm, it's not really about the form, it's about the space. And I thought that was really interesting. So if you look at the external shape, it's predictable in a way, which I very much appreciate. But then if you look at the spatial aspects inside, whether it was intentional or not, they are very special, and I think that makes it a very interesting project. So I'm very interested to see what kind of manifestations each of the buildings can bring out. So when I look at this design, I would like it to be another site. So in one city, you have an iconic architecture or a symbol. And through that symbol and that icon, the city gains its identity. It's not something that we can neglect or overlook. Of course, it's quite costly, but there are many cities that don't have that kind of icon or symbolism. And there is always the potential for growth because it doesn't have that kind of symbolism in the first place. And I think that can also be applied to Korean cities. So yes, I agree. If I had to choose one, it's really difficult. From the master plan's perspective, it's not really kind. But then if there was another site and that can coexist, and if it was a bigger site, then I would really loved it. So because it's not just about the external appearance, it's the internal interest and attraction that sends a very clear, strong message to the visitors. And the city, through these kind of architecture, can also advance in design terms. So yeah, I think you were not that honest, but let's look at it this way. Realistically, if we do it like this, you develop one and the other one is built in another stage, but then the next architect, when designs the second building, will not know how to respond in face of this really strong design, because it's just going to be overwhelming visually. So we are talking about the master plan, and so I think it's a bit problematic because it's too proximate. If there was a certain amount of distance, then it would have some autonomy. But if you look at these buildings, everything is skewed to one point. So if we were to, I think this would not really be fitting for a master plan. So if we if we don't want to just neglect this design, then I think that functionally we can revive some of the functionalities that exist in the design. But right now, I think it's really difficult to articulate this particular design. So this can be solved first, and then we have that, and we have this flat area here. What are we going to do about it? And we don't really have connectivity. It seems that we have one key idea, and that was deemed to be the solution to everything. So, of course, the strength of this area is there, but then everything just is subordinate to that key idea.
Similar to what we were looking at just now, SKM Architect's plan, this design provides a very clear solution. So in the center, there are multiple plazas. They are very well situated, and so one is placed at either end of the building, and on the sides of each end they are also filled with diverse programs. And I thought that was very good. And I don't see why we should go with this as a master plan. So this is the UN Studios design. There's a very perfect locationing of the performance hall and art museum. And I see that this sort of negates the need for other architects to provide separate designs for the performance hall and art museum. I think this is complete in itself. This is outstanding in itself. This doesn't have to be the master plan and then invite other architects to join in to design the buildings in the next stage. I think that will actually break the balance. So, in other words, we should give the opportunity for this architect for round 1 and round 2. That's actually not what I'm saying. So other proposals are similar as well. They also are complete in themselves. I think it's really difficult to make a decision if we have to choose a master plan instead of a complete plan. So master plan wise, in Zaha Hadid project, we were talking about the architectural aspect, but from the master plan perspective, I think this is a very balanced plan. So there are plazas, and they connect again to the riverbank spaces and the space in the middle. I think this is going to work very well altogether. And the gesture that this is suggesting, it's not excessive considering the size of this project and the size of the city. So it's very quite balanced. Architecturally speaking, there might be some strengths and weaknesses. However, in terms of master planning, this is a very balanced approach. So if we're looking for a good master plan, whoever wins the competition for the performance hall and the art museum, I think this is a master plan that can be encompassing of whatever design that would come up for a performance hall and art museum.
Yeah, I would add to the quality of balance that I think this is very precise, right? So if I look, for example, at where the bridges are placed and how they interact with the larger idea of mobility throughout the site, this is right where they are, right? In some of the other schemes, I feel, okay, let's put another bridge somewhere else, right? But here it clearly integrates with a larger idea about mobility throughout the site. So if it goes back to the conceptual diagram that they show, the mobility network that is interwoven with the ecological network, I think I can still see that there. So maybe we can abstract a little bit from the architectural language and just isolate those principles, right? The large public plaza, the way the networks are woven into each other. So I can see this actually worked out by different architects. However, I think the architecture that is presented here, it offers some clues that I also think are very important. For example, this idea that the architecture always offers a window to the city, right? I mean, this is another motif that runs through, which I think is very effective and can easily be translated into a different architectural language.
So this, I also question whether we need a separate master plan for this entire project. But if we are to decide on a master plan, this design has a clarity to provide guidelines as a master plan. So as was just mentioned just now by Professor, there's the bridge. And if this is going to become the master plan and serves as a guideline, then we would have the chamber hall and the grand concert hall. So circulation lines going through those two performance halls, that could also serve as a guideline. And I believe that other architects can abide by those guidelines. And the bridge near the art museum, the required scenery on those ways, on those pathways, are really valid. And the presentation itself was very strategic and very well prepared. So we don't have to go into the details of the architecture. This is very valid as a master plan. So I think we shared our thoughts and perspective on each entry, and I think we understand what each other is thinking. So we have to move on to the next step. What should we do for the next step? Please speak up. Please don't feel shy. What should we do for the next step? So while everyone is trying to come up with some comments, perhaps I should begin. So before the presentations began, we did talk about the method of this competition. Okay, we did share comments that this is very new, very innovative, and because this is a very new way, there was some confusion, and still making the decision, we still find it confusing to a certain extent. But the method of the competition, the rules behind the competition are already shared with the contestants. So we do have to come up with the winner for the master plan, and then we will have to come up with 4 nominees for the Music Performance Hall and Art Museum, respectively. So there should be no misunderstanding there. The 7 entries, all of them, they're really remarkable. They have their own unique architectural approach. And we're not making a final decision on the detailed work. We have to focus on choosing what will work as a master plan rather than architectural details.
Okay, so we would choose first, and since we do have some time, out of the designs that you have seen today, you can also nominate some teams, 4 teams for the music hall. And then for the art museum, also choose 4 teams. So I think we can fulfill all that we are being asked to do today. And we can rank the 4 teams. So for the music hall, so for example, to be on the same safe side, we can rank from number 1 to number 4. 5, 6, and 7 doesn't really matter. And then for the art museum, you can do the same. You can just rank number 1 to 7, but number 1 to 4 would be important. But nonetheless, we do have to rank. As Mr. Han had mentioned, and also as Daejeon City had said, we have to choose 4 teams for each building. And then also the ranking for the 5th, 6th, and 7th is also very important, because if number 1 or 2 withdraws, then the ticket goes to the other architects. Yes, so for music, we rank from 1 to number 4. So they would not necessarily just be nominated. So we're not just giving them an award right now. They are actually receiving a ticket to participate in the next round of competition. So it's not really the ranking in itself. So even if 4 teams are nominated, say one firm drops the nomination, then we have to then also bring up number 5, 6, and 7. So number 5 and 6 and 7 are important in ranking. Okay, so you're saying for the 4 teams, you don't really have to rank them. Yeah, is that what you're saying? Yes, that's what I mean. So, yeah, we need to vote on the work. So first of all, let's decide on the master plan first and then move on from there. What do you think? I agree. So should we vote, or do we have to discuss how we're going to vote? Maybe we need some paper to proceed with the ballot? So we do have to focus. So we choose 2. And then we can have another round of discussion out of the 2 candidates and then do the final decision. How's that? So yeah, we go through 2 rounds of voting. So out of the 7 teams, we choose 1. Each of us choose 1 as a master plan. Oh, we choose 2. And then the 2 with the majority would go through another round of discussion and another round of votes. Okay, there's a bit of an issue with the methodology in the ballot. So choosing the first winner and choosing the first and the second winner together is a little bit different. So going to the ballot for 1 president and then voting for the president and the prime minister is 2 different procedures, and it can actually lead to 2 different results. But nonetheless, we do have to pick 1. So let's, in the first round, pick 2 first, and then with the result, have a discussion if necessary, and then we can pick 1 out of the 2. So we go around 2 rounds of votes. How's that? Okay, let's proceed in that way. So I would like to ask the jury panelists to tell us 2 numbers. So we have number 1 to number 7. So you can just tell us the number. So it doesn't matter which is the first place or the second place. That doesn't matter. Just pick 2 that you see fit our master plan. Are you ready to go? So then we can decide on the numbering of the design panels. And then we can look at the numbers and make your choice. Would that be better? Just a minute. Do you have any stickers? Because we want to stick the numbers onto the design panels. We need the numbers on the design panels because we need to vote, and we want to vote on the number. So that one would be number 4. So if you like number 4, you just say I like number 4 and number something else.
Have another sheet of paper, please. I'd like to correct myself. I need a new sheet of paper. So I'd like to share with you the results. So 5 designs are in a tie with 3 votes each. So 2 designs have 2 votes and 1 vote each. So we have narrowed down to number 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. So these are all in a tie with 3 votes each. So how should we narrow down further from these 5 designs? So 1, 2, 3, and 6, 7. We have to choose one master plan out of designs number 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. So we could go through each and every one of them and then narrow down to 1 or 2, and then narrow down further, down to 1. We have numbered them one by one. We think this should be anonymous. We should just do another vote the same way with the 5 plans that we have narrowed down to. Are you worried that we still won't be able to narrow down further? So please, we want to exclude number 4 and 5 because those votes will be lost. So design 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. They have each won 3 votes each. So 2 votes for number 4 and 1 vote for number 5 are now invalid. So where those 3 votes go in the next round of voting will determine our choice. You should have given me that tip a little earlier. I made a mistake here. So I was talking about the number of votes that were won, but we were also talking about rankings. So design 1 had 1 vote, design 2 had 1 vote, design 3 had 1 vote, design 4 had 3 votes, 5 had 6 votes, and number 6 had 1 vote, and 7 had 1 vote. So number 5 has won 6 votes. So in this first round of voting, it's clear that number 5 won the vote. If you have any objections, not an objection, but number 4 and number 5, yes, this is a little bit confusing. So design number 5, it won 6 votes. That means more than a majority, so no issue there. But design 4 won less than a majority. And each of the contestants did win at least 1 vote. And that is confusing because if they won at least 1 vote, then that shows that the jury had some support for each candidate. So number 5 won 6 votes, so there's no question there. So this should go to the final round. And we should do a re-vote with the other 6 contestants. And perhaps have number 5 and the next runner-up compete in a final vote. Yes, that's how we will go. So number 5 undoubtedly goes to the next round of voting today. And designs number 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. So we will be choosing just 1. Each jury member should choose just 1 out of these 6 contestants. And so the winner from this round of voting will compete against number 5 in the third and final round of voting. So we have 7 votes because each jury member will be choosing just 1. And that means that these 7 votes might be spread quite evenly across the 6 contestants. So I think it's going to be very difficult to have a majority. We might have to have another round of voting to eliminate the ones that get the least votes. So I don't care how many rounds of voting we have to go through if it just makes sense. Yes, there might have been some confusion because we used 2 votes in the first round of voting. And so in this second round, we should choose 1 each from the remaining 6. And then in the third round, vote between number 5 and the winner from the second round of voting. Then we shall proceed. So each panelist will have 1 vote each. Yes, of course, if one contestant wins like 2 votes in the second round of voting, then it might be the one that has to compete against number 5, but we're not quite sure. And if we have the time, could you also choose 4 nominees for the Art Museum and 4 nominees for the Performance Hall? Are we ready?
Okay, so let me announce the result of the second round. Number 4 got 3 votes. Number 6, 2. Number 7, 1. Number 1, 1. And number 2 and 3 got 0 votes. So once again, let me repeat. Number 1 got 1 vote. Number 2 goes 0 vote. Number 3 got 0 votes. Number 4 got 3. Number 6 got 2. And number 7 got 1 vote. Okay, so as the master plan candidates, we have number 4 and number 5. Those are the 2 finalists. So we're going to now have the final round of vote. Final round of voting between number 4 and number 5. So yeah, you just have to choose, obviously, just one out of the 2. So out of number 4 and number 5, please select one, and we will then have the majority vote, and that will be the winner. Any objections? No? Yes, just choose one out of the 2. Yeah, so I'm sure we'll get the result because we are odd number of members. So while we wait for the results to come out, please think about the 4 teams we're going to nominate for the music hall and also the art museum. And also rank 5th, 6th and 7th place. And also for the art museum. So do that for the music hall and also from the art museum. Decide on the 4 teams. You don't have to rank the 4 teams, but you do have to rank 5th, 6th and 7th place. So select 4 first. And if there is a withdrawal, we would have to pull up 1 team from 5th, 6th and 7th. So we are choosing 4, right? And then we'll be selecting number 1 to 4 depending on the number of votes. And then we would also use the number of votes to rank 5, 6 and 7 because it's going to be really difficult for each and every one of us to make the ranking 5th, 6th and 7th. Okay, so for the music hall, let's do it first. So it's going to be complicated to do it together, so let's just do one by one. So what we're going to do is select 4 teams for the music hall. And then depending on the number of votes, we can just automatically rank 5th, 6th, and 7th. So if you get the same number of votes for the music hall, do we have to notify them beforehand? Here are the results. For the master plan, number 5 got 5 votes, and plan number 4 got 2 votes. So the winner of the master plan is design number 5. Any objections? So yeah, I just told you the number. I said design number 5, but it's the System Labs design represented by Kim Chang-jung. And number 4 is a Kenko Kuma and Associates work. This is just for your reference. So we'll choose for the music hall first. We won't do them simultaneously because it's going to be too confusing. And so 7 of us, all 7 teams can be nominated. Okay, please take another look at the design panels and choose 4 teams for the music hall. Please do that now.
So I'd like to share with you the results of the Music Performance Hall voting. So number 5 got 7 votes. Number 6 got 5 votes, as did number 1. So we have narrowed down to 3 candidates. And in 4th place, we have contestant number 3 and number 4. They each got 4 votes. And contestant number 2 and contestant number 7 are ranked at rank number 6 and number 7. So we can just put that behind us. So to go over this one more time. Number 5, number 6, and number 1 are the 3 nominees for the Music Performance Hall. Again, number 1, number 5, number 6 are going to be 3 of the 4 nominees for the Music Performance Hall. And we have a tie between contestant number 3 and number 4. So we will have to vote between number 3 and number 4 to rank them 4th place and 5th place. And we have number 2 and number 7. Number 2 got 3 votes, and number 7 got 0 votes. So we probably don't have to vote again between number 2 and number 7. So what we have to do now is vote between number 3 and number 4, because they both have 4 votes each. So we'd like to do one more vote between number 3 and number 4. Just choose between number 3 and number 4. So I think we should get the ballots for the art museum right away. So, about the results for the Music Performance Hall nominees. Contestant number 4 got 5 votes. So that would be Kengo Kuma and Associates. And number 3 got 2 votes. So number 4 is getting an opportunity to go to the next round for the Performance Hall. So it's one of the 4 nominees. And then we have a 5th place, 6th place, and 7th place already decided. So there was just a suggestion. Did that get across? Did Mr. Lee Jong-un's suggestion just get across? So the Music Performance Hall, we already have 4 nominees that are finally decided, and ranking number 5, 6, 7 aside. So number 5, 6, 7 could have the remaining options, and then we could choose the next one. Automatically included. So the Music Performance Hall, 3 teams are not going to be able to participate. 3 teams are not going to be participating in the Music Performance Hall competition. So we could have them automatically join the Art Museum competition and then decide the 4th nominee for Art Museum. And then we will have to decide the ranking between the remaining 3 contestants. Well, actually, we could just vote again for Art Museum by majority vote. Contestant number 2, 3, and 7. Those will be nominees for Art Museum. And we have to choose just one more. And in that round of voting, the remaining contestants will be ranked automatically as ranking number 5, 6, and 7. We don't want to have more redundancy here or overlapping here. Anyone have any objections? Nobody has any objections. So we will have to choose in this round of voting just one to be included in the 4 nominees for the Art Museum. So number 2, 3, and 7, contestant 2, 3, and 7 are automatically joined included into the 4 nominees for the Art Museum competition. And we just have to choose one more to join as one of the 4 nominees for Art Museum. This should make most sense. So the jury members should write down just one more additional team. Could we have another sheet go around for each of the jury members, please? Then just for information, what are we supposed to write in terms of a written opinion? Then should each of us provide commentary on each of the 7 contestants? That has to be done tonight? No, by Monday. So for the Art Museum, the nominees: contestant number 2, 3, and 7 got 7 votes each. And contestant number 4 and 5 each got 3 votes. So we have to choose between number 4 and 5 again. Oh, actually, one person chose contestant number 1. So we have to choose between number 4 and number 5. Yes, please make your choice between number 4 and number 5. The person who voted for number 1, was that a mistake? I don't think so. Just double check on that. For the Art Museum nominees, contestant number 4 got 5 votes and number 5 got 2 votes. So number 4 will become the 4th nominee for Art Museum. So that's clear?
열심히 하셨는데 끝마당에 이런 식으로 좀 혼란스러워서 대단히 죄송합니다. 결과는 중간에서 이미 다 말씀을 드렸고 나름대로 애쓰면서 고심하면서 선택했습니다. 이럴 때는 늘 마음이 좀 아파요. 안 되신 분들 또 열심히 했으나 원하는 기대대로 안 된 거 보면 같은 아픔을 느낍니다. 우리 심사위원들이 다 같이 어떤 때는 응모도 해보고 떨어져 보기도 하고 이런 마음이기 때문에 좀 씁쓸해요. 그러나 당선된 사람은 축하드리고 꼭 좋은 물건을 만들어 주시길 바랍니다. 그리고 떨어진 분도 이런 말이 있죠. Being accepted isn't everything. 그러니까 너무 그거 하시지 말고 이런 게 늘 흔히 있을 수 있는 거니까 그래 생각하시고 너그러이 우리의 어떤 결과에 관해서 좀 너그러이 받아주시길 바랍니다. 대단히 감사합니다.